trustees for the Santa Barbara Community College District, and welcome to the May 14th regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City College Board of Trustees. I will call the meeting to order now, and normally would ask people to stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance, but I think it works better under the circumstances for us to remain seated. So I will begin. It may be all you'll hear is me, given how Zoom works, but here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Tonight, we'll take roll call first. I believe everybody is on, including our student trustee, Kenny Abeshi. I see Jonathan, Marcia, Peter, Craig, Kate, and Veronica. So I believe we are all here. Tonight we have two recognitions for longevity. I guess I would start by asking whether Kendall Harris is on with us this evening.
No, they both weren't able to make it.
Okay, so then I'll just state that tonight we're recognizing Kendall Harris for his 10 years of service as Associate Director of the School of Extended Learning, and Daniel Yanez for his 15 years as a duplicating technician at Santa Barbara City College. Thank you to both of them for their long dedicated service. And I see the clapping going on. Can't hear it, but very good. I guess I'll add to that. Public comments, I won't go into that since we have nobody who has requested to make a public comment this evening. Next, we go to item 4.1, minutes of the regular meeting of March 12 and April 9, and the meeting minutes of the special meeting of March 23, 2020. So those are meeting minutes for 3 separate meetings. Do I hear a motion for approval?
Robert, motion to approve, but I got a text from people trying to find the link to our meeting. Apparently they're having trouble listening.
Oh,
I don't know.
having trouble listening or getting on at all?
My impression is that it's listening. Oh, okay. More recent text says now it's working. So,
Okay.
the live stream is, I think, is what people were asking about.
Okay. So you think we're okay? As far as we know?
Sounds like it.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the minutes for the 3 meetings I mentioned?
I made a motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by trustee Croninger, second by trustee Nielsen. Any discussion, corrections, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We now move to communications and reports. And our first report tonight is from the Academic Senate. And for the first time, we have the new chair of the Academic Senate, Rayanne Napoleon, to make her presentation. But before we go to that, I will, on behalf of the board, once again, thank Tricia Stark for her good service, good and energetic service over the last year, and welcome Rayanne to our board meeting.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take just a quick moment to share my screen as I have some slides prepared. How is that? Are we good to go? Everyone can see?
Looks good.
Okay, great. So first, I just want to say that it's an honor to address the board again, this time in my new capacity as Academic Senate President. I was told once by my friend Carrie Hutchinson, who is a communication professor at Santa Barbara City College, that I should always lead off when new people meet me with the fact that I am from New York. She told me that that would help folks get to know me a little bit better. In preparation for this meeting today, my friends helped me think about what to do, and we looked back on what Patricia Stark did, and so she started her first board presentation with a brief biography of her. So I'm just going to give you a very brief rundown. It is true, I was born and raised in Rochester, New York. I did my undergraduate education in chemistry at a small health science dedicated school, the University of the Sciences. I lived in Philadelphia for 6 years. And then from there, I moved on to work on my PhD at Boston University. I know Dr. Goswami was also a student at Boston University, so I like to say that he and I go way back, even though he was studying economics. After I got my PhD at Boston University, I was lucky enough to come to Santa Barbara and obtain my dream job as a full-time instructor of chemistry here. And that happened in 2012, and I've been here ever since. So that's just a little bit about me. I hope everybody gets to know me a little bit better throughout these next 2 years as I learn and work with the Board of Trustees. And so being that there is a change in leadership at the Academic Senate level, I did want to start there and address that. Patricia Stark will be staying on in a leadership capacity in the Academic Senate, which I am very grateful for. Her new role will be that of the past president, and she will serve on the committee and work closely with me and help guide me in this first year of my new position. Re-elected just at our last meeting for another year of vice presidency is Robbie Fisher. He is an instructor of biology, specifically microbiology, here at Santa Barbara City College, for those of you who don't know him. And then of course, there's me taking on my new role as president. We also completed a round of senator elections at the end of our year. And so the new incoming senators for the different positions are listed here. Christopher Bates is coming in as a new senator to represent fine arts. Ellen Carey from the library will be representing educational support. And there's a second division senator for educational support as well. So she will work hand in hand with Jennifer Hamilton. And then we also have from the English division, a new senator, Jenny Baxton, as well as a new senator from the social sciences, Tara Carter. And Tara is also a second senator for the social sciences, and so she will work with Ruth Morales, representing that division. Michelle Gottwald, who is in Health and Human Services, and Kathy O'Connor from PE, athletics, dance, are both returning division senators. So while they were elected by their divisions, they are not necessarily new senators because they've been at the Senate table these last few years. So with that, I thought it was super important to share with you all my Academic Senate President's vision for the next few years. And if it sounds like I'm reading as I'm talking with you all about these different points, it's because I am. I took notes so that I wouldn't forget to say anything important or misrepresent something or say something I didn't mean. So I'd like to start with connecting and promoting collaboration between faculty, staff, and students. And I believe that we're going to be doing that through genuine shared governance, perhaps at a level that some of us at SBCC have not experienced before. So I am going to be extending a challenge to many of my faculty colleagues to think about new opportunities for shared governance, new opportunities for committees. Part of the equity, inclusion, and diversity survey results that came out last year mentioned that some people are at all of the meetings. That was a common theme that we heard. as well as many of the meetings that I've already been in as my role of Academic Senate President these last few short days. I've noticed that same endearing comment made and the kind of joke about how you see the same people at all the same meetings. So I'm really hoping to encourage a lot of new voices to come to the table and support them in their endeavor to come to the table and work with all of us. I'd also like to champion a safe, accessible, and actively inclusive campus environment. I'm going to do that by hopefully creating some new challenges for encouraging and supporting interdisciplinary, equitable, and anti-racist pedagogy. I think that we can't really do this work or any effective work without committing ourselves to this task of ensuring that our campus environment is safe and inclusive for all. This certainly won't be easy because there are serious challenges involved, but as Academic Senate President representing all faculty, we need to recognize that we as faculty will need to do our part in creating a campus culture in which we stand together as a whole community. So in my role of leadership, I hope to work with not only the Title IX coordinator and gender equity, Title IX and gender equity coordinator, Linda Dozier, who I do consider a friend, but also the coordinator for the equity, diversity, and cultural competency director, interim coordinator now, Roxanne Byrne, and hopefully the director someday as well. Our equity, inclusion, and diversity survey also provided a lot of details about how specifically women and people and students of color feel on our campus. And so I strongly believe that we have some major work to do in eliminating the barriers to inclusion that many of us have seen, experienced daily, and have heard about. We do have an opportunity to build upon this work. And as the concept of inclusive excellence implies, we are more excellent academically and in multiple other ways when we welcome a diverse array of campus community members into an inclusive and welcoming campus climate. And I do think that this work is going to have some contentious but necessary dialogue about some of the uglier parts of our history. I do know that sweeping secrets under the rug is comforting in the short run, but disastrous in the long run. I believe that we can come out of our dialogue with an opportunity for genuine healing as a campus climate and community, and I hope that I am a large part in that new way of doing things. Lastly, forging communications and continuity between Senate and campus-wide committees, as well as between faculty and the administration. This is going to happen through a commitment to transparency in processes and communication. We know how many processes on our campus are absolutely dynamic. And so I believe it's time for us to envision ways in which we can do even more to contribute to the good work that we've already been doing in all of our previous years. I hope to work well with leaders in the administration. This includes not only the Board of Trustees, but also our President, Superintendent, our Executive Vice President, the other Vice Presidents, as well as Deans, to join with them and support them and the Academic Senate as we expand on all of our efforts. So that being said, I just want to point out the obvious. This is all incredibly ambitious, I know. But I do believe that by starting with these themes for my vision, that they will all evolve naturally as the work begins, and the actions that follow may sometimes take us in unpredictable and very welcome directions. So I'm going to take advantage of the natural action plans that emerge along the way. And I am very aware of how short a 2-year faculty Senate presidency is. However, I am excited about drawing on the collective wisdom of campus leaders that came before me, campus leaders that are here now, my colleagues that are both faculty and staff, as well as the collective wisdom within the student body. I'm honored by the opportunity to work with you all, especially representing the faculty voice, and I look forward to rolling up our sleeves together as we begin this work. And I do want to put a call out to everyone watching today's board meeting to please email me, call, or approach me in person when social distancing has been lifted. If you have comments, questions, or simply have an interest in engaging in dialogue about anything that I've said here today, any of the work that is being done at the Senate level on campus, or even my teaching of chemistry. So with that, I'll move on from my president's vision and share a little bit about what's happening at the Academic Senate for the summer, as well as the fall planning and other ongoing efforts that we are working on. At the Senate level, specifically, we have been doing some minor committee overhauling, which is one of the cornerstones of the Accreditation Standard 4 Improvement Plan. Specifically, we are reviewing committee structures with a goal of creating better connections and clarity of purpose. Most recently, we have combined 2 committees with the committee chair's blessing. Specifically, that is the tutoring, I forget the acronym now, I'm kind of nervous, TAC, the tutoring committee, as well as PSS, Partnership for Student Success. Those 2 committees are now combined as approved at our last Senate meeting, and they are now the Faculty Partnership for Student Success. And because we love our acronyms at SBCC, it will be known as FPSS. This new committee will work with C, the Student Equity and Achievement Committee, to bring forth to the campus-wide committee the faculty perspectives in all of its decisions. It will also be coordinating with the newly reformed Student Equity Committee when it's time to update and revise the Student Equity Plan, as well as oversee all of our tutoring and student support services. With that, I'll move on to what we're planning for the summer and fall curriculum. In April, Patricia Stark gave a thorough review of what was happening in terms of planning for teaching remotely and via distant ed endeavors. And so I just wanted to give a brief update that the Summer 1 FRC training cohort for distance education training was just completed. I was actually part of it so that I could continue my chemistry teaching this summer during Summer 1 and Summer 2 terms. There were 48 participants that had to complete the training so that they could offer online classes this summer, as well as 13 volunteers that were not teaching during the summer and just wanted to take the training. Summer 2 training will begin next week. 38 faculty members are involved. And I think that it's incredibly important to point out that the FRC offered between 800 and 100 non-credit faculty Zoom training so that they could continue their distance education work there. I want to point out that from the first cohort, 25 completed an optional survey for how the training was going, and 100% of those that completed that optional survey recommended the training to fellow colleagues. I also want to point out that while I completed the Summer 1 training, I found it incredibly helpful for not only my summer teaching, but it has completely changed how I'm going to do my face-to-face teaching whenever we're allowed to come back to face-to-face training. I do want to point out that the folks that were involved in getting so many of us faculty ready for this summer and teaching online were through the CAC committee, specifically Matt Kay, Laura Castro, Esther Frankel, Carrie Hutchinson, Elizabeth Imhoff, Matt Mooney, who did a lot for many of us faculty trying to get us on board very quickly with sound pedagogy methods for our teaching, Kathy O'Connor, Armando Ramos, as well as Lori Vasquez. So a big thank you to all of those, as well as the FRC staff who worked patiently with so many of us faculty getting us ready to serve students. And at this time, I do want to point out one thing. I'm extremely sympathetic to the administration's reluctance to set a fall plan, but I do feel compelled to share that the faculty is very eager to know what's happening. I was requested to create a short survey for faculty, which I sent out to faculty just 48 hours ago. And since then, I've received about 300 responses, and I have hundreds of comments from them. one big takeaway from that is that faculty is in support of whichever direction we're moving, but that they just want to know which direction we're moving in so that plans can start being made. Many of us would like to use the summer for fall planning. And so knowing more now would help many of us plan much better. So with that, the last few minutes I want to take with you all, I was hoping you would indulge me in recognizing the faculty retirements that we have this spring. Because the semester ended with kind of a lackluster ending, many of our faculty who are retiring didn't get the proper send-off that they all deserve. And so with that, I'll just go quickly through. I asked some folks to share with me their pictures and how long they've been here. And so I just want to give each of them just a few moments of appreciation. On the left in the slide is Ron Wopat. He's been a teacher of mathematics here for the last 30 years. I've overlapped with Ron in several different ways, and I do hope that his Wopat method, a way we do faculty rankings at the Senate, is not his only legacy, and that we keep speaking his name for years to come. On the right is Annette Cordero. She shared her brief history with me about how she started here immediately out of high school as a student tutor in 1975. And then she moved on and was an adjunct for a while, left for Allen Hancock and came back. So Annette has been here for 38 years plus, as I'd like to say. And she's been a great resource for us as we've been more inclusive of the Chumash practices and honoring the land for which we're on in different ceremonies here at SBCC. Then we have Randy Bublitz from Culinary Arts. He's not only one of the most influential professors in the Culinary Arts program, but he's also been a great campus leader chairing CAC for the last few years. Sheila Wiley is in the middle, English Skills. She's been here for 19 years. She was actually instrumental in the start of the original PSS committee, as well as she has contributed a lot to faculty recognition in the last few years. Donna Terraping from nursing has been here for 14 years, and she spent the last year as director of the CNA position. On the left is Elizabeth Bowman, who's been the director of library for the past few years. She's been here for 14 years. She wanted to use this picture with her colleague, Krista LeBlanc, who is an adjunct, and of course, our former Superintendent President Lori Gaskin, when they were in Isla Vista for the mobile library program that was very successful for a few years. On the right is a close colleague of mine, Sally Gazzoni. She, of course, has been teaching chemistry here for 25 years. She's not only a close friend of mine, but I consider her a mentor. I probably wouldn't have my job without her, nor would I be as good of a teacher as I like to think I am without her. So I hope that in the next few years, she finds a lot of waves to catch, as we all know that Sally loves to surf. Donna Castillo has taught Spanish here. Before becoming full-time, she was an adjunct professor here, like many of our professors, and she's been here for 33 years. The dapper gentleman on the right, Michael Gross, has been here for 20 years working in theater arts, and because he did send me 2 pictures, I couldn't help but share his picture of him working in the Utah Shakespeare Theater before grad school. I thought this was a really amazing picture of him. So my last picture to share is Ann Wilkinson. She's been in English for 33 years. I asked my friend Barbara Bell to give me a short summary of Ann because I haven't actually worked with Ann directly myself. And Barbara sent me 3 paragraphs, and I wish I could do her justice, but from the paragraphs and all the information that Barbara shared with me, it was impressed upon me how incredibly amazing, supportive, and resourceful Ann has been for the entire English department throughout the years. Something that struck me from Barbara's storytelling was that you could always go to Ann's office for almonds and a cup of coffee and a discussion. And so I'm sure they're all gonna miss that. Unfortunately, I didn't get pictures from everyone, but I did want to acknowledge that also Coach Morris Hodge, our basketball coach for over 30 years, is retiring. as well as the coach for golf, Coach Chuck Melendez. Coach Morris Hodge, I do want to point out that he was here at Santa Barbara City College, the Dean of Coaches. Kathy Adams is retiring as well. She is the director of the Transfer Center. Kathy Shermer from nursing. I couldn't find out how long she was here for, but I did learn that she is a ROC medical volunteer. And by that, I mean that she actually goes to different rock concerts and traveling festivals and provides a non-judgmental health support to the festival goers and concert goers there. She's quoted in the channel saying, "Sterile hospital environments isn't really my cup of tea," which I thought was amazing. And lastly, of course, Sunny Crandell. I got to work with Sunny a couple years ago when I was chair of the AP committee here at Santa Barbara City College. She is in parent education, and she was the director of the Oaks, which is a parent workshop for parents that have small children. She's been here for over 20 years. And while I didn't necessarily overlap with Sunny and her parenting education directly myself, many of my friends have, as I am the mother of 2 small children, and I know that they sing her praises, and she is going to be missed immensely. So I would like to end here and say that not only are we losing hundreds of years of service by having these faculty members move on to their much deserved retirement, but their loss has the potential for mass disruption, not only for their departments and divisions, but across the board for faculty. The current faculty that will continue on here will play a huge role in managing this disruption, and I hope that I do as well as the next Senate president. So with that, I want to thank you for all the time that you gave me, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Robert, you're muted.
I just wanted to say thank you, Rayanne,
Okay.
for an excellent synopsis of the retirees. I think that's a first. It's a welcome review of long-term colleagues who, as you put it, are now in the process of moving on to a well-deserved retirement. So thank you.
And Rayanne, I guess my comments were muted, so let me try to repeat them. Thanks again for your very informative presentation, and welcome again to your new position. You're starting at a time when we're obviously going through enormous challenges with COVID-19 and all of the spin-off from that in terms of financial challenges, learning how to teach online, which has been an amazing, I think, an amazing success story at Santa Barbara City College. So thank you again. Does anybody else have any comments or questions for Rayanne? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next report is from Alexandra Montes de Oca from Associated Student, President of Associated Students. Is she with us tonight? I do not see her.
I don't believe so.
Yep. Is Liz Auchincloss?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there you are, Liz. Head of the classified employees.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, everyone. I wanted to first thank Patricia Stark for all of her support of classified staff during her tenure as Academic Senate President. And I wanted to congratulate Rayanne on her assumption of the presidency. And I hope we can develop a relationship with her as we go forward, especially with shared governance. On your agenda tonight, you have our MOU for the COVID-19. I wanted to thank your negotiating team, Michael Shanahan and Lindsay Moss, and my team. It's interesting, it's different negotiating over Zoom meetings and emails and Google Docs, but we were able to get through it, and we have an MOU that's actually being used as a kind of a model for other community colleges that are in CSEA. Our groups, CSEA and the chapter, have been meeting by Zoom. It's an interesting process, but I think in our chapter meeting, we may have had more attendees than when we have our person-to-person. There's some updates. Normally in April, we would have picked our outstanding classified employee of the year. We put it off. We only had a few nominations, so we extended the nominations, and we were hoping we would be back to do it in person because I think it's a better presentation what's in person, but we are going to try to bring it to you, however, at your June meeting. We'll see, but that's what our plan is. Another adaptation, the CSEA Classified School Employee Week that you announced last month at your meeting, you did the resolution. Normally we'd be planning all sorts of activities, but this year we found out that our state organization is going to have activities all next week, which is the actual Classified School Employee Week. They're all going to be like after hours so people can participate. So I look forward to seeing how they're going to do that. And the annual conference, CSEA conference, was supposed to be at the Paris in Las Vegas. Now they're going to do that virtually. We'll be electing our delegates at our meeting next week, but I'm waiting to see how they can actually deal with over 1,500 people and voting on different resolutions. So I look forward to seeing how they do that. I also wanted to mention our retirees, most of them are here until June 30th, so we have the next meeting, but it's disappointing that we may not be able to have anything in person for them. Maybe sometime after they've gone, or maybe we can get them to come back when we have person-to-person contact, so we can do something for them. Now, I also wanted to thank Dr. Goswami for his communications. The staff are very wanting information about what's going on. So his emails that he sends out updating are very welcome. And we look forward to the next one. And that's pretty much my report.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for Liz tonight? Seeing none, we will move on to a report from our superintendent president, Dr. Goswami.
Thank you, Trustee Miller, members of the board. We are at the end of spring 2020. I would like to begin by thanking our entire faculty, staff, and administrators for doing an amazing job bringing this semester to a successful conclusion. They had to do things in a very short period of time differently, and I did not hear complaints from anybody. Everybody, went the extra mile to make things happen. So I'm delighted at the collective responsibility that everybody showed about the institution. I also like to thank Patricia for giving me the opportunity to work with you for 6 months. And I also look forward to working with Ryan over the next couple of years as we kind of confront some of the challenges that will be coming our way. I want to share a couple of good news, because today there will be some bad news also at some point in time when we talk about the budget. So our summer enrollment is up. Our head count, we are up on summer one, we are up by 11.9%. And on unit count, we are up 15.2%. And on summer two, the head count is up 7.5% and unit count is up 11.77%. And we expect to see a similar pattern for fall also, primarily because of the dynamics that's happening regarding other institutions going online, especially CSUs, and the unemployment situation. The CARES Act money we received for student grants, and we went through the application process, verifying Title IV eligibility, and there were over 2,500 applications. Ultimately, the group selected 1,396 students as eligible for the funds. So by tomorrow, they have already started receiving their direct deposits, and by tomorrow, all the 1,396 students will have their funds, $1,000 a piece, in their bank account. So I want to give a shout out to the financial aid staff for doing amazing amount of work in a very short period of time. And it was very similar to the effort that the foundation did a few weeks back regarding the foundation grants. We are, people have mentioned about retirements. That's been kind of bugging me also, that we haven't found a way to say goodbye to people in the proper way. So one of the promises I'd like to make is that when we're able to come back freely, we will find a way to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of all the people who's going to leave us, and say goodbye to them in a proper way. And finally, we are planning for fall, all the various permutations, combinations that can happen, and also planning for the time when we can bring employees back to campus, and if so, what kind of safety protocols we have to pursue, what kind of shields and barriers and things like that we're going to put. So we have been doing those kind of plannings over the last couple of weeks, and I figure by early June we'll be able to settle on what exactly we're going to do in the fall. And that is my report.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. So let me, I just have one question. Between the foundation and the college CARES grant, do we know how many separate individual students received a financial grant?
We did, I'm pretty sure we can look up the data. There are some people who got both, but the total, two of them would be more than 3,000.
Wow.
And the dollar amounts, it's more like $3.2 million. So, but we can look up as to how exactly, what are the unduplicated number of students who received the funds. Trustee Parker had a question also, I believe.
Trustee Parker.
Thank you. Quick question for Dr. Goswami. The CSUs moved as a system to go online. Is there any talk of the community colleges doing something system-wide, or is it going to be left up to each individual college?
There is no system-wide work here. It will be campus to campus, district to district. So it'll be a local decision.
Any other questions?
Robert, can I ask
Yes.
questions?
Sure. Trustee
Dr.
Garrett.
Goswami,
Yes.
thank you, Robert. I was wondering, the increase in summer, do we know the increase in dual enrollment students for summer 1 and summer 2 yet?
We have to look it up. We haven't broken down the data yet, but we're close to the final number for summer 1, because summer 1 starts on May 18th. So
Yeah.
by
So I just know from my own secondary students and all our secondary friends and children out there, there was an increase in interest in our dual enrollment programs, because we do have a strong dual enrollment, online program. And so just with the uncertainties of our local high schools in the fall. So I think that maybe had something to do with it, but the college did a great job, and I heard a lot of positive comments, and enrollment was easy. And there's an online form now that the students click, and it goes directly to the counselor, and it goes back to the college. So the college did a really good job simplifying all of that for students. So I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the community for doing that, because it was good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I see Jeff Green in one of my frames at the bottom. So we're going to hear from Jeff on a financial report from the foundation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me ask a question. This is my first Zoom trustee meeting. So is someone else driving the slideshow, or should I try to bring that up on my side and screen share?
I don't know the answer to that. I think you have the share screen tab available?
IT will be bringing up the slide momentarily.
Okay, great. Thank you, Oren. Appreciate it. Well, let me just say then by way of introduction, we are in a unique moment. I know we all know that, and from different perspectives. I'll tell you from the philanthropic side of the 501c3 world, it's sort of a dual challenge right now. We've got both a sudden cutoff of what were really core income streams for many nonprofit organizations. A lot of that was walk-in traffic for fee-for-service. In our case, it was event income. We had it passed us by without us noticing, but May 2nd was going to be our second annual gala, which would have been the biggest fundraiser in our history, very likely. And of course, that was frozen. And in all honesty, although we did move quickly to reschedule that for August 22nd, with every passing day, it looks less and less likely that 350 people will be gathering in any room by late August. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll see. That said, that's one side, that's the revenue side. The other side, of course, is the investment side, and we had a simultaneous market fallout at the moment that everything went remote and the stay-at-home order came. So all that is just context to say it was really good to be in a strong position going into this. So that was my my bait and switch setup for you there. But I will say that really everything you've seen the foundation do in the last 2 months was largely a result of being in a strong position going into this current crisis. So what I'm going to show you now, and thank you, what's up on the screen, are actually our statements from March 31. So I will remind us, thinking all the way back to March 31, which seems somewhere around the late 1840s, I know, at least emotionally speaking, this was what our balance sheet looked like. So the market drop had already happened, and actually that was much nearer the bottom than we are currently. So what you'll see here, if you look at the highlights, is total assets there for the foundation. Some big changes for us. The biggest change actually were pledges receivable. So if you look at the 6th line in the net change, you see a $2 million negative. And for those of you who don't read financials every day, I will tell you that's actually a good thing. That means that a lot of pledges that had been committed to were actually paid. So that's a negative that you want to see. Those dollars were then invested because most of those dollars were permanent endowments. And of course, depending on when they were invested, they had different fates. So what you also then see going a little further down, if you look at the total assets, is the June 30 number, the one in the middle from June 30 of 2019, which was where we began this fiscal year at 67 million, with a precipitous drop down to just over 60. So essentially we saw a 10% drop in net assets for the foundation during this period at the bottom of the market. That's actually remarkably good considering that bottom was south of 20%, depending on which indices you use as a benchmark. And that's because our portfolio is highly diversified, including real estate and a lot of different other asset classes. So the good news for the foundation is that's why you have a diversified portfolio, and this was the ultimate test of that. So we, all things considered, ended up in a very strong place, relatively speaking. Not as strong as if we'd sold everything on February 15th and invested in Zoom and Amazon, but that's another story that no one could have predicted. So what we had there was, you're looking at the asset performance. On the liability side, nothing really surprising. So we can go ahead to the next slide. And the next slide will be our P&L, our income statement. So if you look there, what I want to just highlight is that we are in a relatively strong position. Last year was a very slow start year for a lot of different reasons, but that was all made up for in the final quarter. This year is a similarly slow start year on the revenue side, and the problem we now have is there is no real opportunity in this final quarter to do that high performance and makeup. So we're definitely looking at a deficit no matter what way you cut it. The good news is we have the cash reserves to cover that, and so it doesn't actually pose a structural problem. It's more of buys us time to figure out what the budget for fiscal year 21 is going to look like. The short order numbers all look like the first line of bold numbers. You'll see that at that point last year we were at 4.7 million in income. This year we were at 4.1. So about 90%, 89% of where we were at the same time prior year. And only about 64% of total goal at 75% of the year. So not far off, but certainly below where we want to be. Operating support, similar. We're about 92% there where we would have been last year. This is the more difficult one, however, because this is where the opportunities to make up in the last quarter have really fallen away with the indefinite postponement of the gala, with the clear inability for the college to need to make any contribution there for all the obvious reasons. With our President's Circle numbers below where we'd like them to be, at about 77% of where they were last year. So no one of those things is tragic, but you add them all together and we definitely are looking to how to manage our deficit for this year. The good news is we're also underspending. So if you go down to the expense side, you will see that in fact, we are also, if we can scroll down on that document, if that's possible, we are spending below levels of last year. So that's also what you want to see. For operating expenses, same time last year, about 96% down. And of course, this is right at the beginning of the crisis. That's on a downward trend. So I do expect that we'll be able to underspend by certainly 7 or 8%, maybe as much as 10%. And that's what my team is working on. What that really means, the upshot of that is our operating budget this year will likely, best case scenario, have about a $400,000 hole in it. Not what you want, but certainly not the worst ever. And if you look down to unrestricted net assets, that's the good news. And that's where on the previous page, you would see that we had about a $3.4 million reserve heading into the crisis. So we certainly can survive this, and we're going to look carefully at how we budget next year, much like the college is facing. I will tell you, I feel good about it, but it definitely is a time to get closer and connect with our donors and community supporters. And that's what we're doing. On that front, I will tell you two things, and I'll pause there for questions before we move on to the promise report. There's actually one more page, I believe, that we can share. Oh no, we're on it there. All right. And that is simply this. We have been doing some really experimental things for the foundation, and I'm really pleased to say I'm very proud of my team and colleagues. I think we've probably done more creative work in these last 2 months than we've done in the prior few years, just out of necessity of how do you figure out how to connect with community of donors and others. And two things in particular I want to call out. The first is actually these COVID conversations, which you may have seen the emails for by now. We had over 100 people register for our first one with Dr. Goswami. We then took a week break and tried to steer everyone to our virtual commencement. And then yesterday we did our third in the series, and that was with Becky Bean, director of the Well, and Allison Boswick of our mental health services. And we had over 60 people join us there, and many of them are campus community members. So some really just different attempts at how to connect folks around the college's work. It's trying to give people a glimpse at some of the wonderful things here that happen that not everyone gets to see. And we're going to start featuring faculty's work very shortly here. And we have a good lineup of faculty speakers who've agreed to share what they do. So that's been excellent. The other thing, of course, which was referenced just a few moments ago, is our emergency grants. And I do want to say that I'm really proud again of our team and what we were able to do there. Working with the college, we set up as seamless of I think a system as you could, all things considered. And our goal was really to move over $2 million in just a few weeks. The way we did it was we did also pull from those reserves. And this is really a philosophical position that we hold, that you have reserves for a number of reasons. But one of them is the rainy day fund. And if you can't see that we're in the storm of our lives right now, I can't help you. So what we decided to do was to take some of those reserves and actually apply those to an immediate emergency grant program. The philosophy being that we knew other help was coming, whether it be the CARES Act funds, which are being distributed now, other community funds. But we also knew that at that first wave of unemployment that began the week of March 16, that there was really nothing else out there. So we wanted to bridge students through those first 4 to 6 weeks, and that was the goal. And I feel that we did a yeoman's effort there. We always learn things, and I'll tell you, we learned a lot in this process, a lot of what we would or wouldn't do again next time. But the final data was that we served over 2,330 students to date, and we moved a total of nearly $2.1 million into students' hands directly to get them through that. So as Dr. Goswami had said, if you add that to the 1,300 students that were just served by the college, you get to well over 3,600 grants made, and there are some overlaps. So but it's surely a number over 3,000 that were served in that. So really proud of that, and proud of the partnership with the college and the college leadership. We were able to extend that to the Friday prior to the CARES Act funds arriving and those grants opening up, and we had an intentional handoff there. And we'll learn a lot, and we're going to study this more, and we'll be able to share more with you. But in asking around, it is by far the largest emergency grant effort of any community college in the nation that I'm yet aware of. And we're actually doing some national conversations about that in the coming days with our colleagues. So, I don't say that so much to boast about our work here, but to say that it's one way to show that these things can be done and to share with our colleagues, because you can count on the fact that we asked them for every bit of advice they had, and now we can share something back to the larger advice pool, if you will, of how things like this can be done and how a foundation can respond in a time like that. So I'll stop there and just ask if there are any questions or comments before we move on to Promise.
President Green, thank you so much for your report. I don't think we can thank you enough for what the foundation did for our students. Not only what it did, how quickly you did it. Before we really were even digesting what's happening to us, you were on the job and performed in a way that made us all proud and gratified. So I see Kate Parker had her hand up. Did you wish to ask a question or make a comment?
It was kind of a woot woot because I think you guys are, it was just really fantastic. I know that we have a lot of students that are struggling right now, and that this is going to be an ongoing effort. That we can't just pat ourselves on the back between CARES and between having this fantastic foundation step forward. That it does need to be ongoing. But what a difference it makes to be able to move fast and be efficient and have the funding. So thank you so much to the foundation.
Thank you for that, and for the partnership, and actually the support. Many members of the Board of Trustees have donations to that fund. So I really do thank you all. I think that, as you just referenced, Trustee Parker, the next phase is also the big question: is what's the strategy that we move to next? I have been speaking with Maureen Goldberg, head of our financial aid office, and to the President's cabinet a little bit about this, but clearly there's more to do with the directive out of the DOE on the CARES Act funding, which of course now is in a lawsuit. There are going to be different gaps than there might have otherwise been, so we need to be ready to do that. And I know that looking to fall, we're trying to figure out what's possible. We are actively fundraising as well. Like I said, we did take reserve funds to jumpstart this, but we began fundraising about a week into it, and have had some wonderful gifts, including some partnership from our own ASG. We're certainly having a conversation about what the college partnership might look like going forward. And we've had a number of major donors, including one in the six-figure realm, step forward to help us out. So there's definitely, we're trying to make sure the resources are there, that this was not just a one-off, but that we can figure out a strategy going forward. We all know that this is not a short-term situation that we're in. So thank you.
Okay, I see three of their hands raised. I'll start with Trustee Beshi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of all the students to the foundation and the CEO, Jeff Green. I think what you did for students was unimaginable, just unbelievable. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the students at Santa Barbara City College. We are very grateful, and we are so proud of the foundation and to be part of the of Santa Barbara City College. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you.
Trustee Haslam.
Yes, I appreciate your work as well, Jeff. It was phenomenal, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate with, as a member of the board to help in this process. My question is, do we have an evaluation process of any sort that sort of looks into the impact of what we have done?
That is a great question, and it's a tough one. There's some big macro data. We are in touch with the HOPE project. I've actually had a few conversations with Sarah Goldrick-Robb, the HOPE Labs, and we're talking about what it looks like at a big scale. As far as how we would measure this, most of it is anecdotal, and we have had a good number of students who've been willing to share their stories with us. In fact, we've used some of those quotes in our in our materials to go ask for donor support. But as far as what kind of impact other than the stories, we haven't yet figured out a good way to measure that. So at this point, it's more collecting the stories of what the impact has been and talking to the folks that are trying to track this in a bigger level.
And I think that those stories, the anecdotal, are going to be both reassuring to donors and of real significance to the rest of us as we come to grips with understanding the nature of student life under these unique conditions. I think that's going to be helpful. So thanks.
Absolutely.
Trustee Croninger.
And support students, because I was seeing a lot online of people struggling, and before we even knew the CARES Act was not going to include people who were listed as dependents in the economic assistance, which is a lot of our students. You were on it. The second you told me you're working on something and you had an idea, I didn't need to think about, I felt good. I knew that you were going to get it done, and you obviously did. So thank you so much for making this happen. It's really something to be proud of.
Thank you, Trustee Booth. This is probably a good time for me to say that I want to give airtime to the members of my team that really made this possible. So we constructed this all together over the spring break week. But under the leadership of Rachel Johnson, who many of you know, our Director of Grants, she really was the coordinator of the entire effort and worked a lot, let's just leave it at that, to make it happen alongside Wendy Aguilera, Gretchen Hewlett, Jill Pena. That was really the 4-member team that pivoted immediately. And then shortly thereafter, the rest of our finance team, Zorana Morris and Jasmine Tran, as well as Don Sanchez, jumped in. So by the end of this process, we had fully half the staff at the peak just dedicated to this one thing. So they deserve a lot of credit for making it happen. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. And I understand you're going to also give us a report on the Promise program.
Yes, I am. All right. So speaking of my fabulous team and colleagues, Sergio Lagunas, who many of you met when he attended his, I believe, first trustee meeting after he joined us as the new director of the Promise, put together this slide presentation. I'm going to, I must admit, breeze through it somewhat. It is a very detailed presentation that he actually put together to share with our academic counseling department. And it was a really lovely Zoom call to be part of, because it was a great time to sort of re-strategize in this remote moment with Sergio's leadership. And he is on the call, so we can defer to him if we have questions. But I want to say that the Promise is as strong as ever. And we don't know, may well be even more important as far as enrollment retention goes in this moment. So we're going to be looking closely at what the impacts on enrollment mean for Promise student enrollment in particular. Of course, recruiting students remotely in the high schools was a new experiment this spring. Figuring out the communication strategies, a new experiment as well in real time. And I just want to give huge credit to Sergio and to Wendy Aguilera, who really lead our Promise from the foundation side, as well as the partnership with all of the departments on campus. So just a reminder, this is the Promise. And I will note that Professor Olguin sent an email to many of us in advance of this meeting with some very good questions. I won't be able to address all of them in the course of this presentation, but there's some good ones and I will address some. The Promise was launched in 2016, as you all know, and it's really a privately funded, really robust version of, again, a Promise, which is a well-known concept nowadays in particular, but remains one of the most robust in the country. We offer full-time support for 2 years for any student who graduates or completes their equivalent to a high school graduation in our district. So from Gaviota to Carpinteria, all the way up to Los Prietos Boys Camp down to the sea. We also extend this to the children of employees of the district. And we have come up to an average of about 1,700 students at a time. The idea is to make the college fully accessible to all of our local students, and to really trade the transactional piece of this is the extra hours that someone may have had to work to pay for their hard costs of their education. We ask them to dedicate those hours to being a full-time student, and in exchange, our community of generous donors and supporters will pay their hard costs for being an SBCC student. So that's the basics. Next slide, please. Eligibility requirements, again, you got to do your work in the district. You have to enroll within the primary, one of the next 2 primary semesters from your completion. So typically, if you graduate in June, you have to enroll in the following fall or spring. It's very much like any other application. So you go through our usual protocols. The idea here is that we partner with the college and use all of the college's norms and tools. So we're not trying to create something new. We're simply trying to back up any student that wants to come to SBCC. Next slide. The requirements are that they stay full-time for every spring and fall semester. So that is a requirement. That's based on the research. Research says that is the greatest correlation with achievement, completion, persistence. So we ask that. We also, based on the research, ask them to connect with an academic counselor at least once each session, each fall and spring semester. Remain in good academic standing. Again, we don't set a GPA or anything else outside of what the college already does. And then to apply for financial aid within each academic year, at the very least, the Board of Governors fee waiver. So what is now known as the CCPG, short for California College Promise Grant. Next slide. The expected outcomes, and you probably have not seen this yet, but this was something constructed by Sergio with our partners. We expect that students will invest most of their time being a student and studying. We expect that they'll seek student support services as they're available. We expect that they'll participate in student organizations. And we're really designing this so that they'll work less than 20 hours per week and complete 60 units by the end of their second spring semester. So this is sort of the structural set of assumptions and outcomes that we want for our students who can participate. Next slide. This is a rough structure of what it might look like for a student to participate and succeed in this program, but it's 12 units each of their fall and spring semesters, 6 units in each summer session. We do offer summer session, we do not require it. So just a reminder, we thought based on early research that about 12–15% of students would take us up on summer. It turned out that it was closer to 40%, which we thought was wonderful. So we incentivize them to take advantage of summer session, but don't require it. The good news is a great number of our students in the Promise do actually take advantage of summer session. Next slide. We cover the basics. Educational expenses, that's enrollment, mandatory fees and required materials, books and supplies. There are some exceptions for that full-time student requirement of 12 units or more, and that is any time that the college has offered an accommodation. We're starting that new system now for the fall semester, meaning someone in the DSPS program who has an accommodation as an equity measure, we will not measure it by time any longer, we will measure it by units. So we know that if someone was told that based on their particular challenge, that they could be a full-time student 6 units, we know that in 2 years, they of course will not get to 60. So what we want to do is again, level the playing field there, create some equity. And so that is one of the new adjustments. And then the GPA requirement, we get asked this a lot. It's good academic standing as defined by the college. So these are some of our frequently asked questions, and you can see a new document actually up on our website about this. Next slide. These are some other questions. I'm just going to breeze through this. We get asked about priority registration, about is there an extension beyond 2 years? What if I only go 1 year? So we have some very clear answers there. And of course, we always have staff available for this. So we can go ahead and move through to the next slide. This is some of the other interesting things we've learned, and these are questions. So what if someone has done a homeschool program or online school? Yes, they are eligible. We sometimes have to make sure that we enroll them directly by hand, but that's okay. And we actually have a significant number of graduates of our own adult high school program, which has been lovely to see. Working with Melissa Moreno, it was fun to go to that graduation ceremony and see some of those students who complete there and then come right into the college. Undocumented students, AB 540 students, all are eligible with the same requirements, same minimums being met. International students, this is a common question. Generally, no. The framework and the philosophy behind the Promise is that if they are part of our community in their high school years, they are welcomed in. So for F and J visas, they are not, but there are other visas that do occasionally make a student eligible. It is a fairly rare situation, but again, it goes back to Were you part of our high school community here? You tend to be part of that community, in which case we would offer that and welcome you in. But students who are visiting internationally for the purpose of coming to SBCC and then returning to their home country would not be eligible for the promise. Next slide. Yeah, again, gap year, we get a lot of questions there. There are some options there. Recently incarcerated students, yes. Guardian scholars, yes. And oftentimes if they're transferred out of area because of the foster system, they're still welcome back into the promise. And of course, military service, we've talked about, absolutely, still eligible. Leaves of absence can be applied. We have an appeals process managed by our staff. And so there's a lot of ways that students, if they have an unusual or extenuating circumstance, can come back or come into the promise. Next. And that eligibility appeal process has been reconfigured this year. And so that's something Sergio has put some time into, and it's a smoother and more streamlined process, but it still allows students, if they have an unusual circumstance, to ask for continued support through the promise, and there's a way to appeal that. You can see the link there. Next slide. This is sort of what it looks like if they go through that process. We don't have to go into the details here, but again, that process takes 2 to 3 weeks total. So we do give them a pretty timely answer if they have a concern or a question to make sure that they can continue their promise support. Next slide. This is just a list of some of the more commonly seen situations, whether it be temporary academic disqualification, missed deadlines, things like that, attempts at attending other institutions, then coming back. So all of these are examples that we now, 4 years in, have experience with and have allowed support for students to continue. Next slide. So here's where I'll end on a couple of data points. We are now approaching our 4,000 student mark. So in these first 4 years, we are nearly 4,000 students who have had the experience of being supported by our promise. And I think that's a really valuable milestone. It means that there are 4,000 families in our community that now have benefited from this directly. If you look at the breakdown residency, you'll see that nearly 94% are California residents, about 5% are AB 540 students, and then a small number of others, and those are sort of those unusual situations. But as you know, anyone who's been completing their high school in district overwhelmingly is going to be a local resident already. Students register with EOPS. This has been slowly creeping up, and we think that's a really good sign, but about 14–15% of our promise students are also taking advantage of EOPS programs. More are eligible, but that number are currently taking advantage, and that's really valuable to these students. About 5% have DSPS accommodations, reduced unit loads. That's what I mentioned earlier. We're going to start to deal there differently with how we time the promise commitment. Average age of promise students, 20 years. About 25 students are non-traditional by the college definition most recently. As of spring, and this is as of May 5th, so just not quite 10 days ago, 9 days ago, 1,444 promise students were enrolled in our spring 2020. And so what we're finding now, that's where we're starting to see some drop off. And we're going to watch that number very closely because, as I said, we plateaued at about 1,700 students. And that does vary because students will come into the promise, they'll be dropped out of the promise for not completing a requirement, they'll petition back in. So it is something of a wave, but to watch that number closely is one of our big concerns. The forecast for fall of 2020 right now, again, now as of 9 days ago, 591 new students, 1,538 total students are on the roster already for fall. That will continue to grow. The average GPA has been 2.8. We've had nearly 50% of our students, and it's actually gone above and below that line in the same way that enrollment does, have 3.0 or greater. So we're really happy to see that. And as of now, about 1,200 are enrolled in 12 or more units. So just a reminder, that is a requirement. So what happens during the course of a semester is students will go in and out of meeting that requirement. After the census date, they may be dropped from the program, and then we have the discussion with them of are they going to come back in. We hold students harmless if they do fall out of compliance with our requirements. We do let them come back in. We never go and try to collect fees from a student whose fees we have paid on the front end. But we do hold fast to these guidelines. So if they cannot make up for that, they do not return to the promise the following semester. The primary languages spoken by our students, nearly 90% English, nearly 9% Spanish, a few other languages as well. And if you look at CCPG, this was one of the Professor Holguin and others' common questions. We require the request to be made, but we don't require that they receive it. So we just want to make sure that dollars are not left on the table from this long-standing state offering. So we have regularly had 2/3 of our students, and this was true even before the promise, were CCPG eligible, they received it. So we just make sure they ask for that, and we end up paying the remainder, the other 1/3 of the students' total fees. But all students get their books and supplies paid for. So that's how the interaction with the CCPG goes. Next slide. This is just an interesting slide about High School of Origin. I'll leave it up here for just a moment. And again, you have this in your packet, but you can see that our comprehensive high schools make up about 90% of our Promise cohort. And then we have everything from Olive Grove homeschooling program to Bishop Diego to Alta Vista Alternative to our own high school. You can see 25 students came through our own adult high school and the continuation schools as well. So there's a lot there. And the data sheet, which I've previously circulated, has all of the details. Next slide. And then, of course, this is our proud graph. We show that inflection point at the advent of the promise, where we basically inverted the curve. I know that has other connotations nowadays, so we can't talk about flattening or inverting curves, but we actually did have the effect of really raising the number of students who came from our local district and went full time. And that's a big part of this goal, so that they can get done sooner, persist through to completion, and carry on to whatever is next for them. So within those 4 years, an 18 percentage point gain in the percentage of local students, from nearly 50-50 in 2015 to now 68-32%. Full-time to part-time. So that's how we've had one impact, at least, on enrollment profiles for our local students. Next slide. And here's some goals. What we're working on. Again, Sergio's leading this, but getting all these new materials up on our website and distributed digitally and in real time when that's a possibility. Community outreach of various types. A new Promise Club being started on campus, which is very exciting. Sort of a peer group for students who are in the Promise, an online orientation, and a series of events, which we've been experimenting with since inception. So, next slide. That's it. Thank you so very much. I will defer if anyone does have questions. I'm here, so is Sergio, and I know we have a very large agenda, so we'll leave it there. Thank you all.
Trustee Aboud, you had your hand raised. I don't know if that was from before or.
Yeah, it was from before.
Okay. And Trustee Parker, I see your hand up.
Yes, I have a quick question on that increase in in-district student enrollment. Do you have any sense of whether more students are choosing SBCC to start instead of starting at a 4-year, or is it more students simply going to a 2-year so that they can, these are students that wouldn't have stepped into post-secondary at all?
Well, we don't have a good hard data. What we do have hard data on is there was a concurrent enrollment increase from our local districts with the advent of the promise. And we believe it's reasonable to claim causation there. We also, in that graph, demonstrate that a greater percentage of those students also chose to go full time immediately. So that's the other effect. As to what they might have otherwise done, we did an initial survey, which I believe I shared with the board probably 1.5 years, 2 years ago now, and we haven't done a follow-up of students asking that very question about if the promise weren't available, what were your plans or what would you possibly have done? So again, it's more anecdotal, self-reported, but we did get a good bit of evidence there that it had the effect of drawing more students to the college more quickly after their completion of their high school years. And some that might have gone elsewhere did choose to go to Santa Barbara City College just because they couldn't pass up a deal like that. So we know it has multiple effects, certainly saving money for families that might have come anyway, but also for students that probably never would have considered it. So it's across the board, and we hope in the future to be able to measure that much more specifically. So.
Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Gallardo.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. Thank you, Jeff. You guys are doing a great job, and I'm super glad to hear about the DSPS. I think that's just evidence of how you guys continue to reach out to the community, hear from students, and truly that at the heart of the promise is student success. So thank you for that. And also for those of members of the board that haven't met Sergio, I had the opportunity to meet him and work with him. And Jeff, you continue to build a dynamic team and maintain a team there at the foundation that's truly at the center of our students. So I just want to say thank you. I know Sergio has been a huge partner, and pre-COVID, there were some really great plans that were in the works at Santa Barbara High, and just that relationship. And I know the assistant principal, Fred Razzle there, is just really impressed with the work that's coming out of the foundation and the partnership, and just Sergio's willingness to, just show up and meet us, at whatever hour, whatever parents needed, things that come up. And so I think that you're building a team there at the foundation that is truly embodies the spirit of what the community college is for our local students, specifically the fact that we are a pipeline for underrepresented students and all students, but specifically we have a large population of our local high school kids that, having absent the promise, their trajectory for social and economic mobility would be different. So just in my interactions with the work you guys are doing there in this last semester, I'm just super impressed and excited. And I think that post-COVID will bring even more innovation. And so I have full faith that you guys are going to seize this to do even greater things. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gallardo. And you made a point that I'll just echo, which is that this idea on the DSPS Foundation came from a community member. We were very open to that. We want the feedback. We got some good feedback, and it led us down the path to figure out a solution for a parent who'd actually called. So absolutely. And your praise of Mr. Lagunas is well earned. I know he's on the call in silent mode, but yeah, Sergio's been a fantastic leader for the promise. So thank you.
Jeff, I just have one question before you leave us. The 1,578 who've applied for the fall semester.
Yes.
Is that a number that will continue to grow? I mean, we didn't pass some deadline. The number will be bigger by fall, I would assume.
That is our expectation, and that's what has happened. If you look at some of those trends, we've seen as many as 2,200 students come onto the contract as it's managed by the district. And then by the time school starts, you see, some subset of those folks actually showing up to class, and then it drops back down. After census date, students that didn't meet all the requirements and commitments that we asked of them get dropped off, and then they appeal to come back on. So it does do sort of a wave. But 1,700 has been the very steady median on that for about 2.5 years. And so we're watching that number closely because we do expect it to rise by the start of the fall semester. But we all know that the impacts of the current pandemic are going to be severe on some parts of our enrollment. So our hope is that one of the stabilizing forces for local enrollment will be the promise, and we're hoping to see that number stay solid, but we're watching it very closely. So as of now, I would say yes, the expectation is we'd see that climb back well over 1,700. And if we don't see that, then there's some good questions to ask there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I guess we will move on to.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. But item 6.3, budget update. Dr. Goswami, or
I'll let James or Lindsay take you through it.
Okay. Yes, that's the one. All right. So this is the budget update as of a few days ago, May 1st. So this is the same report that we have been presenting pretty much every month for the second half of this year for the last few months. Just giving us an idea of about where we think we're going to end this fiscal year. Every month we go through and look at each account and try try and make our best estimate on about where we think we're going to go with our spending, and then a little bit of an update on the second page on our primary budget assumptions from the original budget for the year. So I don't know if I need to go through too much of this unless anybody has any questions.
Trustee Croninger? Trustee Croninger?
Yes, I was just doing the unmute. So the deficit from your projection, and I know, James, these are projections and they move. The change in the deficit is about an increase of $1 million higher than it was last month when we went through this. So maybe you could summarize for us what that $1 million represents?
Yes, so if you remember last month, I was talking about the fact that we were anticipating summer being significantly smaller because of the switch to it being fully online. As Dr. Goswami said, today, that's not really what we're seeing. We're actually seeing summer growing. So what we needed to do was bring back in the payroll dollars for the summer faculty. And that really made up the majority of that increase.
But that would suggest we're losing money on summer.
No, so it was a unique situation because our FTES were going to be held harmless in this situation because of the coronavirus. So we wouldn't have seen a dip in our FTES for this fiscal year. So our revenue wasn't ever adjusted in our projection last month. We continued to project the same FTES because we would have been held harmless by our previous projections at the state level, but we wouldn't have had to spend the money on the payroll at that point. So it's actually kind of a little bit of a weird situation where all of a sudden we have more enrollment, but our it's not necessarily helping us the way it would normally.
So the higher enrollment means we spent more, but we're not increasing our revenue.
What it's going to mean is that we're going to spend about what we were anticipating spending on summer, maybe a little bit more. But our revenues weren't going to be hurt initially with our original projection at the top. So that's just, it's a difference between projections, but it's really bringing us back up to where we were originally thinking our academic salaries were going to be. If you look at the adopted budget or the adjusted budget there and the projection, we're a lot closer in line with where we were thinking on the academic salaries. Whereas last month we were showing a significant savings in that area because of the fact that we were anticipating not needing to spend as much money on summer.
Okay. I guess a similar issue will come up with the tentative budget, but we can wait for that.
Veronica, you're muted.
Oh, thank you, Robert. Marcia, that was a good question. And James, I appreciate that response. I guess I didn't make that connection, but it's a good one. And at least now, I mean, it's a good problem. It's a problem, but it's a good problem that we have a demand for students needing to take classes. Therefore, we need to bring those adjuncts in to teach them. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, adjuncts and a lot of our full-time faculty also come in, but they're kind of teaching as a summer.
So in general, we need faculty. So,
Correct.
so that's good for our community because we're offering the class and so there's a demand and we're able to provide that class. So then therefore we're hiring the faculty to come on board and teach it. So that's good, even though now that ending fund balance there, I see the, gosh, it's so small. And then also anecdotally, I guess this kind of goes back to Kate's question. Anecdotally, I have been hearing from parents, students, this idea that why would they pay for a UC or CSU online education at that price when they could just come and do our promise. And so I guess we'll still see how those fall numbers end up looking. It just, at least anecdotally, I'm hearing conversations from our secondary families that is a real option for kids to just stay here and not go away in the fall. So anyway, that was that.
Anybody else? Any other, anything else you want to point out for us, James, on the budget update?
No, we'll bring this back again in June as kind of a one last look before we actually hit the end of the year. And, you know, hopefully we'll be getting closer and closer.
Okay, well, we'll move on to item 6.4, which is the first draft of the 2021 unrestricted general fund budget. And who?
Yeah, I'll just start off. And you have in the part of the packet the unrestricted general fund budget, and as I had prefaced in my conversations before, that the budget that you're going to see in June is going to be significantly different from this budget, because this budget was developed before we knew what the governor's May revise is going to be and what kind of impact it's going to have on us. So this one has some assumptions that are in line with what the governor has already announced. That we made the assumption on this one that we will not be receiving a COLA, and right now the May revise, it looks like we will not be receiving the COLA. So we are right on line on that. What we haven't been able to figure out exactly is the impact of the cut that the governor has announced for higher education. One thing we know for, I guess, for certainty, that it appears that there is going to be a 10% cut on student success funding formula dollars. So that's basically would be, I'm just ballparking, so don't hold me to it, but somewhere in the range of $6.5 million, you know, plus minus the cut that will come to us because of the governor's May revise. One of the things we also picked up from the May revise is that there will be some deferrals. So again, what we know is that there is to be, for the system as a whole, $330 odd million worth of deferrals. That might be $3.5 million of deferrals for us. And for next year, they're looking at about $630 or $40 million of deferrals, which will again be about $6 million, $6.5 million worth of deferrals for us. So what this basically points out that we will have to adjust whatever we presented here to reflect those numbers. Deferrals will present a cash flow problem. So unlike the years past where we didn't have to think about cash flow, we will also have to look and analyze our cash flow for the various months. And other institutions take advantage of the TRAN, and we may have to take advantage of the TRAN option also to manage the cash flows if we get into a situation where we want to watch our cash flow because of the deferrals. So with that, I'm ready to answer any questions.
I think everybody is still processing the $6.5 million.
Yes, on top of whatever we still have here. Yes, Trustee Abood has.
Yeah, I have a question in terms of international student tuition revenue, because it's one of the big drops for the projection. Is it possible for international and out-of-state students to be online with SBCC while staying in their home country or state?
It's a very technical question, and I'll try my best. And then if I'm going the wrong way, maybe Dr. Olson can chime in. They are required to take face-to-face classes. So the online classes that we are offering are actually scheduled as face-to-face classes that has been converted into online. So therefore, our current group of students are okay because they're technically enrolled in the face-to-face classes that we had to convert to online.
Right.
But for new students, different matter.
Is that rule our rule or the state's rule or the California Community College's rule?
It's a visa.
Oh, a visa rule.
So yes, go ahead.
I
Pamela,
think you also
ahead.
asked about non-resident students who weren't international students.
Yeah, well, like, yeah, I guess someone in Arizona too, if they were.
Yeah, right. So we can have students enrolled and be taking classes and staying at home with their parents somewhere else domestically without that being a challenge. And some of our continuing students internationally will be able to continue online. It's new students who might come to us internationally who are hamstrung in a couple of different ways. Most of the consulates are closed and not accepting appointments for students to even go through the visa process, to get started in that process. And then new students achieving a visa need to be taking 9 units in person. So we have some complexity on the both sides. So our continuing students might benefit if they've returned home, but are able to complete their work online. Our new students who might have come to us are going to be disadvantaged during this time period.
Okay, and it's because that to sign up to be a student with us, if you're not from the US, you need a visa. Like
Right.
a non-citizen couldn't sign up unless it's our own California laws for undocumented folks here separately.
Yeah, exactly. So all those complexities are going to play a role in this.
And I assume there's no ongoing effort in Washington to change those rules.
Not at all.
Pardon, Dr. Goswami?
Dr. Goswami, did you?
Yeah, I said no, not at all. There is no effort to,
Wouldn't expect it. No.
Yeah. I see Trustee Parker.
Trustee Croninger, I believe, had her hand up as well.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I am wondering, given those complications, the basis for our assumptions on the revenue decline, 30% and 20%. Do we have something that goes into those assumptions that brings us to those numbers? I mean, if you're basically saying we won't likely get any new students.
Yes, very significantly limited. So our window for new students will open up in early June. So by the time we present the budget to the board, we'll have some, a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks worth of experience in terms of, the enrollment pattern. And so at that point, if you have to make adjustments to the out-of-state students, we'll be able to make the adjustment.
But what I heard Pamela saying was the consulates aren't even open to help you get a visa to come, which makes it a pretty difficult situation. So I'm just wondering, is the 30% just a guess at this point?
It's an assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The May revise, as I read it, sounded like there would not be growth funding. Did you read it that way?
Yes, and we weren't counting much on growth anyway because our growth was barely about $250,000.
Say that again.
Our growth dollars is about $250,000. So we did not leave much money on the table in terms of potential growth dollars.
But we're talking about increased enrollment in summer and fall, and at some point we don't get paid for that increased enrollment. We're shouldering the expenses we were talking about with the increased enrollment with summer, but we're not seeing revenue. So I guess I'm wondering about that.
So yes, so I mean, I'm committed to not get into the unfunded growth territory, given the budget situation we're going to face. So some growth we can have by maximizing our average class size. So if some growth can be accommodated that way without additional cost. But if we have to add additional sections to grow, we will not. But if we go because there was a class on the average had 32 students, now it's 35 students, yeah, we can do that. So we'll have to watch what is, in terms of our offerings, in terms of number of sections, so that we have the right number of sections for the potential max student cap that we're going to have. So if we end up with, and I'm fairly, optimistic that we'll have a surge in demand for our students for enrollment, and we will be ending up in a capped situation where, like we had in the 2009, 10, 11, that time period where we had to cap our enrollment because sections are full and we can't afford any more sections.
So it would be your intention to manage to the cap, basically,
Yes.
and
Yes.
not grow.
Yes.
Have we got any data that will tell us if we're online? And that's kind of what I'm expecting for fall. If we are primarily or almost exclusively online, is there a greater dropout rate before census that we should factor in?
I'm not sure exactly what the question is.
Well, overall, student success in online classes is usually a little below the face-to-face classes,
Right.
as we have looked at our student success
Right.
over the years. So my question really is, do we know that there is some number of students that basically get discouraged with an online format and decide they don't want to do that? Is there any number that we can attach to that when we think about these things, or are we not?
So this is managing our FTS target, and in managing our FTS target, we always take into account, some attrition.
Mm-hmm.
So the attrition rate, if depending on what percent of our classes are online, the attrition rate is going to be a little bit different. It's just like for an institution admits 1,400 students, knowing that only 700 or 800 will come to their classes. Similarly, we manage our FTS target by taking into account the attrition rate of the classes, which means we enroll a few more students so that when they drop out on census date, you're on target.
Well, that's where I was going, because you can in effect go a bit over your class size because you will lose some of those students.
That's
and
right.
That provides a greater opportunity for the students that you don't lose, basically, to go forward rather than being unable to enroll at all.
That's right.
So, okay. The deferrals, circling back to your remarks earlier, that is a part of the calculation of our minimum reserve amount, that we will have enough. And I'm sure Lindsay is familiar with that. So I think we'll probably be looking at those. But in the governor's budget, now that we're going back to deferrals, we'll be looking at how that factors into the minimum reserve. We have not historically ever done a transaction that I'm aware of at the college that's been wrapped into reserves. So.
Anything else, Marcia?
No, I mean, I get the impression that some of what's going on, it's my understanding with the governor's budget that some of what's going on depends on whether the federal, whether Congress will provide money to the states. and that there's two steps there. The first step being this is going to happen regardless, and the second step being if we don't get enough money from the federal government, then additional things will be cut. So it's complicated.
No, no, what they're going is they're cutting it, but they will reinstate it if they get the money. So,
Yeah,
so
we have to plan on the cut, but
so for example, COLA is right on that category. That COLA will be put back on if we get money from the federal government.
yeah, you're right. I reversed the order in which the cut will come and then it will be undone if we get the money.
Right.
Okay, Trustee Parker. You're muted. And then I see Craig was raising his hand too. We'll get to it next.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back on this idea of visas for our new students. And I think I'm surprised that if they're enrolling in online courses that they would still be required to have a visa. And I don't know if there's something in the California Ed Code. I mean, I was at San Jose State at an online only master's program with students from all over the world. And if you were an international student taking it from India, you didn't need a visa because you were in India. And so if there's something in Ed Code that requires students to have a visa to enroll as a new student online, then I'm wondering if we should be talking to our legislators about changing that, at least for now, because it seems in these circumstances just unnecessary bureaucracy.
So I think the reason I think Pamela brought up the matter of the visa is that our assumption is that students from Sweden will not automatically decide, well, I'm going to join SBCC, I'll stay in Sweden and pay the international student fee and take the courses. That's very unlikely. Theoretical possibility, yes. There is no prohibition. So somebody from India can take a course here, whatever it is, but our assumption is that it's going to be highly unlikely that they'll decide, well, let me just go ahead and pay $375 a unit and take courses at FBCC.
Okay, I mean, that makes more sense, so that there isn't a block to it. I think that, I see with a lot of high school students, they're looking for things to do that are different, even though they can't travel.
Yeah.
And so if it's marketed right, we might be surprised at the interest, especially if it feels like a gateway and a hope for the future.
I mean,
so I'll keep trust.
Yes. I mean, thank you for bringing this up, Trustee Parker, because that could be a strategy by which we can recruit international students down the line, where the first semester they get to take our courses in their home country with some interaction with our staff or whatever it is, and then they come here and their total cost of education is lower. Okay. So those all kinds of possibilities are there.
Craig.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm unmuted. So my concern is, that our deficit is much larger than we anticipated and beyond what we could reasonably foresee, but still that's why we have reserves. And I'm hoping that when we get in June, when we get the revised budget, the tentative budget, that we'll see, that we'll have some plans in place that'll get that deficit number under somewhat more control. Because I recall quite a few months back trying to get, well, almost a year ago, trying to get a couple more $1 million in cuts to our expenditures to get this under control, and that wasn't done for a whole bunch of reasons, but it wasn't carried out. And we got as much as we could get because I was told at the time we cut everything but people. And now it's to the point where if we're not prepared, if this continues, it could cause us some serious trouble. And I'm wondering, when we look at this again next month, are we going to see some real changes in that deficit amount, at least in terms of how we're going to address that deficit?
I plan to engage the board in those discussions. And that's why I had a conversation with President Miller that in June, we move the study session to June 11th and the formal board meeting to June 25th, so that in the June 11th study session, you get to participate more in some of the decision making and the options that we are considering, and you can weigh in on some of those things.
Okay, they need to be pretty significant because it's a big hole.
Yes.
And I'm just concerned because I don't see the plans for dealing with a hole that big. And we haven't had to deal with this ever before. I can't go look at the history books and go, how do we do this?
Right. So that's why I think that's why it has to be a collaborative process between the board, myself, and the faculty and staff and unions and everybody else.
Yeah, as a business person, person with a business background, the only thing I see is we got to get real creative, but no matter how creative we get and how different we get, that number's we have to decrease that number.
That's right.
Major. And it's got to be done. However it's done, I can't think of a good excuse not to do it, because otherwise we risk going into some serious financial problems. So I wanted to make sure I voiced my concern about that, and I appreciate your addressing my question.
Jonathan, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going back to the international student issue, but I think it got figured out. Thank you, Trustee Parker, for clarifying that they still are able to be our students right now.
Marcia, did you have another comment, question?
Just that I assume, Craig, you were looking at the $7.6 million deficit in our current tentative budget, but to be clear, we added to that the 10% cut in revenue, the TCR revenue. So that makes another $6.5 million-ish in addition to the 7.6 million. So we are really using up almost all the reserves at that point, because you can't go below 5 million or somebody else starts doing your budget.
Yes, this could get really scary if we're not in control. And if we don't take actions to curb it, or at least we got to have a good plan, and we have to make serious progress. I don't know, maybe we could consult FICMATTER again or do something, but we've got to do something, and I don't want to wait 30 days to hear about it.
Well, and that's why I think Dr. Goswami's idea to have a study session on June 11th is a good move, and move back our next regular board meeting to June 25.
Yeah, but couldn't we meet a little bit before then? That seems like we could maybe do something 2 weeks before that. Just a question.
I think we will probably need at least a week or 10 days to get clarity on what exactly was cut and what the impact is going to be for the district.
You just heard about the 6.5 million this afternoon, right?
We just are guessing.
Yeah, and even that, you're not certain about the amount.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to calculate it, and that's where I came out. But there's other elements to it that are also cut, so could be more, and I think that is not something you're going to know immediately.
Veronica?
I'm in support of a special board meeting if we need to kind of, even if it's just us, the 7 with Dr. Goswami thinking a lot to hash this out. So whatever Craig suggested, if it's feasible to meet earlier and then on the 11th again, I'm open to that. I guess because I'm looking at our tiny spreadsheet here. There's so many different scenarios, but as it stands right now, so what's our percentage of salaries and benefits to our budget? Do we have that? I guess I could get a calculator. I just don't have one with me. I try to do it on my phone, but it's too tiny to go back and forth. I don't know if Lindsay or Dr. Goswami.
It's 75, 7, something like that, or close to 80.
No, it's close to 90 at least.
Because
expenditures.
It was 86%. And so I'm wondering what we're looking at now. You mentioned FCMAC, Marcia, and that's, well, of course, that's the last thing we want, FCMAC coming in here and then taking over our.
That could happen.
So I guess when we do meet, I mean, that's always a number, to watch in terms of how in trouble we are here. So anyway, I'm done. Just throwing out there, I'm happy to meet. I would rather meet a little earlier, because I just think there's a lot of questions and things that we're thinking, and then we can meet again on the 11th, or I don't know. So I'm open. I can meet every week. I got to figure this out.
I'm not only open, but I'm willing to consult every single day till we get there, or I get some kind of a better feeling about this. But I am not comfortable waiting until halfway through June to start having discussions. To me, that's off the table. So I will come knocking on doors if I need to.
6 feet apart, 6 feet apart in the sidewalk.
Yep. I'll just bring a megaphone.
Okay, can we move on from that cherry subject to the consent calendar? And I need clarification, first of all, from Angie. We had 3 items, Angie, that I thought were supposed to be in the consent calendar, but it wasn't, they weren't marked 8.4 through 8.6.
Marked by mistake as action. They should have been the consent item.
Okay, then I'll clarify for everybody that the consent calendar are items 8.1 through 8.6, 9.1 through 9.4, and 10.1 through 10.5, effectively everything through 10.5. Are there any items that any trustee would like to have removed from the consent calendar? Trustee Croninger.
10.3. Oh, no, yeah, 10.3. And I'd also like to talk about, where did it go? $10.2.
Okay.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda minus items 10.2 and 10.3.
Is there a second? Looks like trustee has seconded. So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar absent or without 10.2 and 10.3. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Is anybody opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. So let's go to 10.2.
This has to do with both 10.2 and 10.3. 10.2 includes a purchase order of $612,000 some dollars for the turf replacement, and 10.3 is another how many $1,000? Anyway, the total was about $1.5 million for the turf replacement. And my suggestion here is that we put it over until we get a better handle on the budget, as we were just talking about. That's $1.5 million we may not be able to afford right now in a trade-off with other issues that we're going to have. I mean, we're going to have to seriously grapple with this deficit. So rather than spend right now, I would rather hold off the decision.
Marcia, I remember that we weren't going to replace the turf. Did we have a conversation that we were going to we were putting some money aside to for the turf, but then we were going to stop putting that money in because we weren't going to do that?
No, we stopped putting the money in because the original proposal was, okay, we keep replacing the turf every X number of years, put the money aside. So when you get to the next time, not this time, you will have the money and you don't have to suddenly say, oops, we need to replace the turf.
Okay.
We stopped putting the money aside, unfortunately. So it was in last year's budget. What I'm saying is I think we should hold off spending it till we know better what it is we're going to do to bring our expenditures down.
Good.
So-
If that's a motion, can I second it?
Well, but what are the safety implications to, I mean, is it safe for impact? I mean,
We're not using it right now.
There is no live PE class.
There is no use of this that I'm aware of.
but in the fall or the spring, if we need to use it, do we need to replace it? I'm saying because I have a lacrosse player. And so the last thing I want as a mother is my kid falling on some turf that's like done. But is it a safety? What do we know about if we don't replace it? I guess what are the health implications to that?
For fall, it's highly unlikely we're going to have that kind of sports. So you're really talking about spring, which gives us a much longer window to do it if that's what we decide to do going forward. I'm suggesting that basically this be a piece of the conversation we have in the special meetings that we were just discussing, which is not far off. But if we go ahead and spend it now, we are cutting something else by $1.5 million. And I think that's significant.
Mr. President?
Trustee Haslam.
Yeah, normally we have, I mean, it's useful to have a motion on the floor before we engaged in back and forth conversation. So I would like to move to suspend this expenditure as per Trustee Croninger's suggestion.
Suspend rather than eliminate.
Right. I think that was the intent of Marcia, to suspend.
Suspend it for a decision later. And it's both of them. It's both the purchase order and the contract, I assume, for the installation.
So with a suspension, theoretically, we could come back next time and somebody could tell us why we need to do this now, whether it's for safety or whatever.
Yes.
But
we could also weigh it against the other things that we have to cut.
Right. So we're not rejecting it, we're suspending it. Is there a second to Trustee Haslam's motion?
Yes, there is. Second.
Okay. Any comment? Trustee Parker?
Yeah, I guess I want to hear from business services, especially on item 10.2, because it says ratification of purchase orders. Typically that's for work that's already done. And so I would like to know if that has actually already been completed.
Well, we're only on 10.3. We're only talking about 10.3, correct?
No.
Of the turf.
No, we were talking about both.
Okay.
But are you talking about all the purchase orders or are you just talking about the turf?
Yeah, I thought we were just talking about the turf.
The turf that's on both of those though. So there's one that's
different parts.
Yeah.
One I think is the turf and one is the installation. Lizzie, do you want to explain?
Yes, I think can you hear me?
Yes.
That's great. Yeah, so as you're aware, that's the two items. The PO is for the purchase of the actual turf itself. And then the contract is to have the construction company install it. So yes, it's for the same project in two different parts. We are well underway with this project. As many of you recall, we included a $2 million budget allocation for this project in our 1920 adopted budget. after lots of discussion about how important it is that this turf be replaced because it is well beyond its useful life. We did have testing done of the turf last fall, and it was safe enough on paper to play with last fall. However, there were an increase in injuries during the fall and lots of concerns from our physical education and athletics folks about using the field continually throughout this past year. There would definitely be concerns about using the field last year. Unfortunately, I can't provide any factual evidence that it would not be usable next year, but there's a very high chance that we would not be able to use it in the future if we do not replace it at this time. Also, work is well underway, as Trustee Parker began to point out. Construction is scheduled to start right away. There's fencing down there. We have everything marked off and ready to go. The timing of this is ideal. I understand the budget issue, but the timing is ideal because we're not impacting instruction right now by doing the construction during a time when we have no courses. That's a very large issue for our physical education program. To take the turf offline means they have to cancel many of their courses, which is why we can only do this type of work during the summer. So we have to do it during the summer, and right now we would be able to do it without having to cancel any classes, which is convenient. It's also one of the reasons why the stay-at-home order included construction as an essential business, so that these types of projects could be done on schools and at facilities. Did I cover enough? I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
That was helpful. So we're not ratifying any purchase orders with respect to the turf.
Yes, you would be. One of the purchase orders is to buy the actual turf that's on the purchase order list, and then you have the contract to approve the construction company as well. That's item 10.3.
Okay.
And Lindsay,
I would just go back to the issue of, first of all, there's a good probability that we will not need to use it in the fall. And second of all, we're only talking about a few weeks here to make a better decision. I mean, we have a deficit that eats almost all of our reserves. We've only just seen the governor's proposed May revise, and I certainly would be not in favor of putting in turf and laying off people instead. That to me is far more serious for the college.
Any other comments?
Lindsay, what's the implication to push this back? Like if it was pushed back 30 days?
I'd have to do some research to find out exactly what the implication would be of 30 days. I don't know if 30 days would be a big issue. I think pushing it back into next year, we would lose some money that we've spent on the project. I don't know the dollar offhand. But since we are closed, it wouldn't be, it sounds feasible to me without digging in. To push it off 30 days might work, but I would be concerned about losing some of the investment we put into the work if we push it off a year.
And if I recall this, we're getting a turf that is new technology. I just remember from the athletic presentation, it's new technology that is gonna, it's for impacts, concussions. It's something about a bounce. It's similar to like a dance floor, you know, like ballet when they, is what I remember, that this turf is really to elevate and capitalize on new technology that's available now for sports and safety for the students when they get on the field.
Yeah, safety is a primary concern because we really use the field significantly longer than we should have. It's beyond warranty. And if you just walk down there and look at it compared to any other field, I forget the technical words, but the grass part is just gone. All that's left is the rubber crumb, the black crumb. Additionally, the new turf installation will repair the crushed irrigation system and piping that's in there that occurred, unfortunately, during one of our event that was down there. So it's going to also do some repair work underneath it.
Yeah.
Kate, did you have a comment, question?
Yes.
Kate, I was asking Kate, I thought.
Oh, are we using this? Go ahead, Kate.
Just briefly, Lindsay, how long is this bid the construction bid good for? I assume that there's a deadline that needs to be.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Trustee Parker. I don't know offhand, I apologize. But yeah, I'm assuming the pricing on what we've purchased is only good for so long, and also the contractors lined up to do it. So I don't know if they could do it at a future date or not. This would be a lot of areas for me to check into if we're interested in this.
Peter, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to make note of the fact that what we're talking in two different rooms. One room is the room of normality, and things are going along swimmingly, and we're not looking at a massive and unknown deficit. The other room has exactly the opposite proposition. And so I think what is intended here is a short delay in spending any more money, where it is not absolutely essential to spend that money, so that we give ourselves just a short window during which to find out what we're really talking about. I mean, as Dr. Goswami has indicated, in 2 weeks we will know a lot more. And I'm with Craig. If we can have an earlier board meeting when we have more accurate data, then great. But I think we should be prepared to make some serious cuts rather than spending what we don't have, because that'll get us into trouble.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I agree with Peter that the sense of urgency with the cuts. I also don't know what the world's going to look like in spring, and so when students have already, it would have been a year that they would have engaged in these extracurricular activities, that we would then cancel our spring sports that would have been able to be on the field, because underneath that rubber is just concrete. So you can't get on the field. I mean, it's worn down, it's done. And I know because Santa Barbara lacrosse boys were on there this fall on the field. So I was out there with the lacrosse boys, and it's pretty done. And not that I know a lot about fields, but I'm learning a lot about them. And so I want to look at this seriously, but also if in spring we have to cancel our spring sports because we're not going to put students on that field, then that's going to be a problem too. So I'm happy with delaying it now, because I think that is the right thing to do to figure this out. But I do want to make sure that should the world look different a year from now, that our students can get back on the field and play and get, that's a huge part of well-being and student success for us, our athletic department. And that field is not only used by the college, is used by the community. And so we're not going to be able to have a facility use permit out there knowing the condition the field is in. I mean, that's a huge liability for us that can cause other problems on the legal end.
Craig?
Yeah, the focus I see here is, even if we can have classes, even if we don't do it and we have, and it turns out we could have classes in the fall, I mean, next spring, you know, we have all fall to get that replaced. And if we're talking, well, way in excess of $1 million to do this, we have huge problem, and that makes, you know, at least a little bit of a dent in the problem. And what Marcia said, everybody should take to heart. We either quit spending money on things, and every dollar we spend on things is a dollar that isn't going to go to our workforce. And, you know, I'd also say that I've been talking to people around the state involved in elementary, high school education, and they're all looking, they seem to be looking at coming cuts. And in a couple of school districts that I talk to people that are involved in their budgeting, they're looking at cutting art, PE, and maintenance. And if I had to choose between offering English, science, you know, math, work-related expenditures, or having PE classes, I'd spend the money on making sure we had those other sections open. I'm not anti-PE, but we could be, and I hope I'm wrong, but we could be looking at a serious budget problem. And at least it looks ominous to me when I look at the raw numbers.
We got a long meeting to go tonight yet. I'd like to take a vote on this unless there's some more comments that cover items that we haven't already talked about.
Whenever it is that we reconvene, I would like to have Dr. Goswami's take on this after he's had a couple of weeks to look at it. And I would be very persuaded by his recommendation.
Okay. I see Veronica and Marcia's hands are up.
No,
You're done? Both done? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think I'll put it back down, sorry.
So I'm going to call the vote on Trustee Haslam's motion to suspend ratifying and approving contracts related to the turf replacement as set forth in items 10.2 and 10.3. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. So I guess our next chore is, Marcia, are there items in 10.2 that weren't covered by the prior motion?
yes, there's the whole series of purchase orders that are not implicated in this discussion, as far as I know.
And do you have any, can we vote on them separately or do you?
No, you can do all the rest as one, I would think. Angie, you have any problem with that?
No, I don't.
So it sounds to me like we need a motion to approve the non-turf related items in item 10.2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Aye. Sorry. I was getting the high school kids update on the field, and they understand, but you're
Okay.
talking to a lacrosse boy that's been trying to play lacrosse in his room, but we have full faith that we're going to get this done.
Everything will work out. Okay. That means we move on to item 11.1, supplemental employment retirement plan approval. This is an action item. Dr. Goswami, will you be presenting this?
I am bringing forward this item with the recommendation that the board approve the supplemental retirement program, the window ending in June 2020. Our intent is also to bring the supplemental retirement program with the windows ending December 2020 and June 2021 in the July board meeting. You cannot approve next year's retirements this year. So that's why we are bringing in just the June 2020 window for your approval. We have in this window 20 faculty, 13 classified staff, and 1 administrative management personnel. And I had PARS do an analysis of what will be our theoretical savings if we did not replace anybody after paying all the costs of the plan, and the number is $2.5 million. So from that,
for the next year.
that's in the very first year.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I have full confidence that if we go ahead with this supplemental retirement program, we can make appropriate choices to yield the necessary savings that we need to make the success.
And you distributed to us by email this afternoon the projected savings over 1 through 6 years.
Yes.
In case anybody didn't notice that, it came late in the afternoon.
Because we just happened to get it from PARS.
Good.
No.
Any questions for Dr. Goswami?
And my intent of the reason as to why we did no replacement is that I want to show you potentially how many dollars is there. And then any replacement that we do, it will be a very, very conscious choice that we have to do it because of certain reasons. Because clearly at this point now we are in a ball game where every time when we replace a position, we are also trading off layoff at some point in time. So we have to balance, watch our positions very, very carefully.
And without any replacements, it's $2.5 million in the first year.
Yes.
I see hands raised by Trustee Haslund and Trustee Croninger. Peter, do you have a question or comment?
Right. And I'm trying to think about how to phrase this. Obviously the maximum savings is going to be achieved if we have 0 replacements. Is it your intent to stay with that? Or is there a plan that would say we anticipate replacing X percentage of the faculty who are going to be retiring?
No, there is no percent. It'll be driven by dollars because ultimately we are looking at balancing the budget at some point in time and contributing whatever it is. So we will make a determination that, well, given everything else and given what our needs are, maybe we need to put back $600,000 in replacements. And then based on the $600,000, we'll determine which positions get filled.
Okay.
So I'm not focusing on positions, I'm focusing on the dollars because my commitment is to bring in the dollar savings first.
And my understanding is that you are making a strong recommendation that we say yes to this proposal.
I am.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? Comment?
I did. Were you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I missed that. So I'm clear on where we are. We already included in the tentative budget 1.2 million
Yes.
savings from the SERP.
Yes.
And as Peter pointed out, the maximum is then 2.5.
That's right.
It does seem to me that there is a programmatic element here, which would be things like we have 2 people retiring from nursing, and nursing seems like a critical function, particularly in this time of a pandemic, that we would seriously not want to reduce our nursing program. Similarly, we may have a high demand among students for certain basic classes, where people have retired, English, math, and those sorts of things. So I think it's fair to ask those questions. And when we get to our discussion as a group here about the budget, not too far off, I would hope we would maybe have some thinking about that to inform us on where we are between 1.2 million, which is assumed in the budget now, and the 2.5.
Yes, I will, based on what we think is required for programmatic needs and everything else, I will bring in a number in terms of how many dollars of backfill we're going to do. So what the number is, at this point, given what we know about the budget, the amount of savings I'm looking for is more than $1.2 million that has been budgeted now.
Okay, can I hear a motion to approve the SERP?
I so move.
Trustee Haslund has moved. Is there a second?
I second. Correct.
Second by Trustee Nielsen. Any other comment? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now move to item 11.2, adjustments to the budgets, to the budget.
I move approval of item 11.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve item 11.2, adjustments to the 2019-20 budget. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those.
Robert?
Yes.
Just a quick comment on Lindsay. Page 3 of the detail here. And I had this discussion with Dr. Goswami. The things that are less are written without the parens, and the things that seem to be more are written with a parens. And that just gives me a headache. I mean, I really get confused because that's not our normal practice. So I'm just wondering, is it required that we do it this way, or could we switch back to the more traditional way?
Yeah, we can flip it around. It had to be one way or the other, and they both look awkward, but we can flip it the other way. That's fine. I have a similar headache with it. So yes, you bet.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, Marcia. I sent Marcia a message and I said, is it the wind? Because I've been looking at this and I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
It's a resolution.
Oh, it is. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Student trustee Betchy,
Aye.
trustee Parker,
Aye.
trustee Aboud,
Aye.
trustee Gallardo,
Aye.
trustee Croninger,
Aye.
trustee Nielsen,
Aye.
trustee Miller,
Aye.
trustee Hasland.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. And we will now move to several items related to review of board policies. They all have to be voted on. I think most of them we've talked about in prior meetings, but the first one is item 12.1. It's recommended Board of Trustees reapprove board policies, Chapter 6, Business and Fiscal Affairs.
I move approval.
Is there a second? Somebody must have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by trustee Haslam, seconded by trustee Aboud. Any questions or comments? If not, all those in
I have a
favor?
question. Robert, question?
Yes.
The BP 6305 on reserves is proposed to remove the banked TLUs, and my question is why? That's been in there for a very long time.
That Lindsay will have to answer that.
Which was that? I'm sorry, I missed the.
Is it BP 6305? It's proposed that in the calculation of the reserves, we remove the funds to cover banked TLU obligations, which was originally in there and has been for a long time.
Okay.
And my question is why?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was not focused. Yes, I do know why, because I'm asking to do that. So the reason why is because it's kind of a confusing accounting approach that's been added into this reserve that doesn't make a ton of sense. Okay, so in our balance sheet, we have our obligation to pay bank TLUs, just like vacation time or sick time. It's very similar to those. And we have that on our balance sheet already set aside as a liability for the district. So to then add it to our reserves as if we might go out of business and would need that step there aside to pay out at some point is a little bit odd. It doesn't quite accomplish much for our reserves itself. I don't see us ever paying it out. I hope that we remain a stable organization for a very long time. You know, the 15% for the deferrals and the minimum 5% for a clean 20% reserve policy makes a lot of sense, I think, and having a 21.2% reserve because we're adding in that bank TLU piece. It just doesn't provide a lot of value to what you guys are trying to accomplish. And we wouldn't ever be pulling out the money for those bank PLUs from our reserves because we have it set aside as a liability already. That makes sense?
Not entirely. Did
Okay.
it go through, I mean, this went through 3 years worth of shared governance before your time to come up with these criteria. And it's my understanding that it was important to faculty at that time. So I guess my question is, did it get discussion in the academic senate? You know, was there kind of a full shared governance discussion of why we would make this change, since it was important when it was originally set forth? It's not so much that the distinction between, yes, we know it's a liability, as opposed to a recognition of that as something that we set aside money to be sure it can be paid, I guess. No matter what,
So
supposedly.
this board policy did go through the full BPAP process. Angie might be able to speak more clearly towards exactly who reviews all of the documents, but I did have to describe this very item to BPAP, which is a large shared governance group. I think that it then goes out to further review. Am I correct, Angie?
Yes, you're right. They went out to academic senate, classified staff. I don't remember hearing anything different from them.
So you think they don't care, basically? I mean, we're reducing our reserves by what, $1 million, $1.5 million?
Yeah. Yeah, less than 1.5. It's like 1.3, I believe, 1.4 maybe. I do know that, you know, we use the Google Doc process of reviewing things, and I had put into the document a paragraph explaining why I was presenting this item be reviewed and considered for removal. So I'm quite certain that's how the different groups were aware of what that item was. And I didn't get any further questions from it from BPAP or any of the other groups.
Okay.
Trustee Haslam, do you have another comment?
It seems to me not a bad idea. In fact, by leaving the amounts of money in the fund as a part of the reserve, it sort of gives an inflated version of what the reserve is like, because that money is already committed, and that's not what I think about when I consider a reserve. So I think it's not a bad idea. Lindsay, you're saying the money's going to be there anyway. It's just not in this part of the budget or in this part of the of our policy.
Craig?
Yeah, and if I can add, sorry, can I add one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay. And I'll
Okay. Yeah, and to dovetail on that, Trustee Haslam, it's also so unlikely that we would need to pay those out all at once to the tune of over $1 million. It's a very, you know, it'd be similar to having to pay out all of our vacation accruals, all of our sick accruals all at one time.
Craig, did you have a question?
Well, I don't know. I do. I'm a little confused because you're talking about this. It's like you entered it at one place on the books and then you entered it again, so it's on there twice. That I don't like, but it's really not on there twice because where it's entered before, there's no place where it's set up and it's an actual reserve to pay that. And if you don't think it's, if the advice from the professionals like Lindsay say it's not necessary to do that, I'll buy that. But then I look at other things where the bookstore had a reserve that was used to remodel the bookstore. Food services had a reserve that we used, and the reserve was set aside for them to do that. And so my question to Lindsay, I guess, is for those situations, and I know there were others, but we took some action a couple of years ago about we at least we had some discussions about those funds and why they were there, and they could be done jointly or put together somehow, I guess. But what is the do you put this in the same ballpark at all, or should this money be actually set aside in another account somewhere and just not included in the reserves? You're saying no, we don't have to put any money cash aside. So I'll go with what you recommend. Lindsay. Just my question is, are all those other reserves they're mixed into our reserve fund, I assume?
Yeah, and I'm trying to formulate how to.
Sorry
help
about
you
my question not being formulated in advance.
No, it's okay. I have spoke to a lot of other colleges, my counterparts, about our reserves, because this is an interesting topic to me and to others, and I can say it's unusual. Most boards don't have this type of line item in their reserve policy for the reasons that I've noted. So yeah, I just kind of would want to echo, Craig, what you said, that it's a strange location to put it, and we already have it as a part of our balance sheet. And the likelihood that we would pay it out in full at one time. Of course, we do have faculty members use their bank TLUs. That's normal. They accrue them, they use them throughout the year, just like we do with sick time for our other employees. But it's not something that we would be paying out all at once unless we completely ceased operations, which I would hope does not ever occur.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did you have another question or comment, Marcia?
No.
No, okay. I'm gonna call the vote then. All those in,
Robert, sorry, can I just, I know we knew what we were talking about, but just like if you were a member of the public, so Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong. So if I teach 12, let's say I teach an overload of, I don't know what, 6 units that semester or whatever units, you don't pay me. So I don't get that money in my paycheck that month. I say I want to bank them. So I'm quote unquote saving them. So then you still deduct that money from the general fund because you know you're going to pay me and you save it. So it's not like you're just not funding that fund. You're saving that money. And then when I say, all right, this semester I want to use up 6 of my units and I'm going to teach a reduced load, but then I'm still going to get my full paycheck because you're taking that money out of this savings account that you've been saving my money in.
I think that's a good layperson explanation for it, and I want to try to help you drive that point home, that changing this policy would not at all change our procedure or policy for bank TLUs. Absolutely not. That's in negotiations in our FA contract, and the banked TLU ability for faculty to bank and use bank TLUs would not change at all if this was to change.
Yeah, good. So then the money is still there. I will, we still operate. And so it's not like you just are like, oh, cool, I didn't pay her this month. Let me go spend that money to cover some other expense. It has to be protected. It's a line item. It's bargained. The money will be there. So there's no way we can just spend it and then not have money to pay people.
Absolutely. It's a part of the faculty association contract.
So basically you're saying there's 2 savings accounts for this amount?
Yeah, that's why I was proposing that it be removed from here, because we already have it in our balance sheet.
okay.
So it's kind of like we just found money.
Shall we vote, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
we shall vote. After I thank Veronica for her clear explanation of TLUs, it's the best explanation I've heard. So having said that, all those in favor of item 212.1, which is approval of changes to chapter 6. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, motion passes. Next item is 12.2, which is second reading and for action on changes to board policy 2015 regarding student trustees. And you may recall this has been discussed on several occasions. I'd like to hear a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by trustee Croninger, second by trustee Haslund. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Our next item is 12.3, Board Policy 2725, Board Member Compensation. And I believe the I'd characterize the change to this one, although I got to pull it up, is to make it consistent with what we just changed in the student trustee. Yes. So it's I see it as an amendment to make it consistent with the change to 2715. Do I hear a motion to approve the change?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now we get to item 12.4, proposed resolution number 12, limiting campaign contributions. This was previously before us some months ago. And as a result of the first meeting, we agreed to consult with a campaign consultant. That took place. There was discussion. Marcia then revised it and brought it back to us for consideration today. So do I hear a motion regarding 12.4?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's a
Okay,
resolution.
is there discussion? Trustee Parker.
Thank you. I so appreciate the intent behind this resolution. As an incumbent, I know that if and when I run again in 2022, that this type of resolution would be helpful to me. There are so many ways around the idea of limiting contributions that I feel that ultimately this harms the lower income candidate who is unable to subsidize a campaign with their own money. And the reality is that, well, yes, certainly political parties have been contributing to trustee campaigns as they do to all sorts of nonpartisan races. The reality is that somebody who they would just form a PAC, and it would be super simple to get around resolutions if you had somebody who was not well intentioned. And so because of that, I won't be able to support this resolution, even though in an ideal world, I so want to limit campaign contributions.
Trustee Abood?
Yeah, I want to second everything Trustee Parker said. I think this resolution just makes it easier for wealthy people to get elected to public office. And it doesn't even really do what it's intended to do in some ways, because political parties and other 501c4s, they're independent expenditures. They can promote, they have freedom of speech under, I don't agree with this, but under the Supreme Court's decisions, they have freedom of speech to spend unlimited money on candidates. And that means you're putting all the power to outside groups instead of the candidate themselves. And so, in Ventura, like I've mentioned before, they have a cap of 700, but an oil company goes in and spends $1 million against a supervisor campaign. There's no way someone can raise that kind of money with a very low cap unless they're independently wealthy. And I don't want to have to rely on just that small pool of people to be able to run for office. I think we want a diverse board who represents the community, and the community is majority not extremely wealthy enough to put thousands of dollars into a political campaign. You need to raise money to reach voters. And that's just a fact of life. And by putting this cap, you're disadvantaging a lot of folks and only advantaging incumbents and wealthy individuals. And so I support getting money out of politics. I would have loved if we could do a public finance option, and that's sad that it's illegal, and we do need a state fix to change that. But I'm not willing to vote for something now that gives the advantage to wealthy individuals while we're waiting on a change at the state level. I think the status quo is not great, but it's better than what this resolution would introduce. And I'm committed to keep working statewide to help fix that situation so that we don't have to do something like this. There's a bigger fix at the state level. Thank you.
Craig?
Thank you. I can't say I totally disagree with the previous two trustees' statements at all. But I would point out that there is freedom of speech law, there exists freedom of speech rights laws that provide loopholes to go around this policy in a number of different ways. So there's lots of loopholes in this, and this is not going to seal off anything. The only little point I disagree with my fellow two trustees about is that it's a disadvantage to to low income people that want to run for it. But there's loopholes that exist, and there's ways to get around that disadvantage as well. And they're pretty obvious when you really think about it. This does accomplish some things. This major resolution accomplishes a few things. And Marcia could probably phrase this better than I. However, what it does accomplish is it sets a message of intent, similar to an MOU, not really, but it does establish an intent of what we're trying to accomplish. And the other point I want to really point out here is that this is we're not a political thing, and undue influence like large donations from political parties to entities like ourselves is undue political influence. And creates an atmosphere where if somebody else wants to run, they have to dump a lot more money into it. And if you're wealthy, you can afford to do that. If you're not, you can't. But there are ways around it. I know because I've found them. So I'm going to vote for this. And the reason I'm going to vote for it is because it's a step in the right direction. Is it perfect? No, it's a long way from perfect. But it does at least do what I said it would, and it sets up expectations. And we can always write a better one. So if you don't like it and it's passed, if it passes, and you don't like it, and I for one don't think this is perfect, so I'd be happy to work with anybody to find a way to write a better one. But I think doing nothing is not a good option. So in the interest of at least trying to make some progress on the issue, I'm going to support it. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, I'd like to add my comments. I'm going to oppose the resolution because I think it will have the opposite effect of its intention as articulated by Kate and Jonathan. I think it will discourage instead of encouraging persons to run for a trustee position. And while this revised resolution eliminates a number of the restrictions that were in the original resolution, I think this version still provides provisions I can't support. The $200 limitation is just simply too low. I think it would not withstand a court challenge, but more importantly, and I say that because as recently as November of last year, the US Supreme Court overruled a limit in elections in Alaska that was set at $500 and noted, one of the justices noted that the lowest limit the court has ever upheld is $1,075. If we're going to pass this resolution, I would want to see at least $1,000 limit, because at too low a limit, if a candidate is facing a wealthy candidate who can spend as much as he or she wants to spend under our laws as defined by the US Supreme Court, it just makes it much harder to raise competitive amounts of money at $200 a crack. I think it's even probably difficult at $1,000 a crack, but that's the reality. There are a number of paragraphs that relate to in-kind contributions, which I've talked about with Marcia. We don't agree on this, but I think as articulated, they're not consistent with state law. Moreover, I don't think they're necessary. The state has enacted what I would call somewhat complex and detailed rules about what is an in-kind contribution, whether it counts to a candidate or not, what parties can do, what independent groups can do. And I think what's in this resolution may not be consistent with that law. And I don't think it's necessary. We've got the state law. We can follow the state law for good or for worse. So for those reasons, I oppose the resolution. Peter, did you have your hand up?
I do. I recognize fully what you're saying. I recognize the criticism of the particulars, but I think it's important that we make a statement, even if it's an imperfect statement. It's a statement of intent, and if you think that there's a chance that we could get a stronger, a more accurate resolution before us, I'm perfectly happy to move to table until such time that those of you who are interested in this can actually amend it in such a way that we can have, if not a unanimous vote, a pretty significant majority. I don't think this is going to work to do anything of the sort of thing that I would have an interest in if we don't have a pretty significant majority in support of it. I think the intent, I think we share the intent. How to get there is what's really on the table. So if there's a chance that there's sufficient interest in amending this and that would generate your support, I would like to move to table this motion until the next meeting.
Marcia.
I'd just like a chance to comment first.
I think that's appropriate.
Procedurally, I don't know whether we just got into a cul-de-sac.
No, I prefaced my comment or my motion on a condition that someone would step up and say, yes, there is this chance. So my motion is of no particular moment at this point.
Okay.
Marcia, can I just say before you talk that I want to recognize the hard work that you put into this. Marcia spent a lot of time with good intentions, and it's a difficult subject. And the history of campaign reform is one of unintended consequences. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that, Robert. And it's correct. I have spent a lot of time on it. Because I think that while not perfect, because of the nature of campaign law right now, I think I appreciate what Craig and Peter have said about we're making a statement. We're making a statement about intent, about what it is to be a nonpartisan and diverse group of trustees. And I feel like some of the objections for me sound on the order of, we can't do what's perfect, so the perfect becomes the enemy of the best we can do under the circumstances. I don't agree that it advantages wealthy people. I'm certainly open to discussions of the amounts that we're talking about, though this is an amount, a third of the other jurisdictions, the attorneys advised us, and that's the legal opinion here, various other jurisdictions have these kinds of campaign contribution limits, and they do range from $200 up to $1,000. There has been very little litigation about these. I think the idea that somebody wants to litigate what we do here is not particularly likely. it is, in my view, unlikely that any PAC of oil companies has an interest in what we do here. So I think we're looking for things that are more complicated than this needs to be. This is a statement of a goal to have a diverse group of trustees who are not all wealthy, who are representative of our community, and to disclose that to the public in a disclosed process. Definitionally, the first number one under resolved came right out of the legal opinion, and it references the Political Reform Act, and that's what the lawyers recommended that we say. So there's no intent to be crosswise with that. It's intended to follow that, and even to allow, if we so choose later, for the Fair Political Practices Commission to enforce it. But that's a separate step if we chose to do that. So I would just say, I think this kind of statement of intent is important. I think it's something we value about our existing board, and that the amounts of money in recent campaigns have been astonishing. And I'd like to make the statement that that's really too much. It's better directed to give that kind of money to the foundations, to our foundation.
Marcia, I want to thank everyone's comments. They're good comments. They have very valid points, and I want to thank you, Marcia, for spearheading all of this. I guess we don't know whether it's going to, I'm leaning towards, even if it's not 100%, is it good enough to be executable in terms of just of the intent that we want, that we're saying, hey, we don't want XYZ being influenced, by whatever. And I guess for me personally, I guess it'll affect me in 2020, this November, and I don't know Jonathan and Craig. So I guess in voting for this, I'm voting on sort of the intent that I've heard from you, and just sort of thinking about this, not knowing whether it will affect me in a negative way or positive way at the college or whatnot. As a school teacher, when I see the amount of money being spent on campaigns, even now, I teach every day, all day remote learning, one-on-one reading to my students. And I can only think of, if anybody has any dollars, like find a PTO, find a school foundation, and get books in kids' hands, get a device in someone's hands so they can learn. Certainly as a candidate, I already spend $1,000+ every year buying school supplies for my classroom and my kids. So I have never been on the camp of let me spend thousands of dollars to fund a campaign, because every dollar extra that I have in my budget, I spend it on my other 20 children in my classroom. So it's complicated. I appreciate Jonathan's point, Kate's point, and but then when I heard Peter say, is this good enough to get us at least towards where we want to say, hey, do we have folks out there that understand the community college mission, that want to serve in this capacity for no other reason than impacting the lives of families and individuals in our community. So I trust you, Marcia, and that you've been on this for a while, and I've been following it, so I'll support it. Because I've heard you talk about this, and I think that you have the long-term interest of the college. I think the vision is to just make sure that we attract folks that love the community college mission, and Santa Barbara City College specifically. So anyway, thank you.
Hey, I see your hand up.
And I'm sorry, I'm putting my hand up because, we were all suddenly made co-hosts, and with that, the ability to raise the hand seems to have disappeared. But I had a question that I'm not sure who might be able to answer this. Part of the resolution says that essentially the FPPC would be the teeth. And I guess, my suspicion is that there may be in the future some candidates that simply ignore this. And so the question is, does the FPPC have a track record of going in to enforce local resolutions like this? And then the other question is, one piece of the resolution says that candidates can't criticize another candidate in their candidate statement, which I think would certainly fail any sort of legal challenge. So I'm curious if that is something that other districts have tried.
I can answer both. The FPPC does enforce these type of local campaign contribution limits. If you want them to enforce it, they have standard costs that they will do it for money for us. They don't do it for free. So that's why it's a separate step. If we wanted them to do it, we would basically enter a contract with them to do it, and they would tell us what it would cost, and the board would have to approve the contract. And I do not know, because I didn't feel like we were at a stage that it was worth figuring out how much money it was, because we have the option also of not having them enforce it. And on the second question regarding not criticizing, that was recommended by the lawyers. It comes right out of what the Fair Political Practices Act requires with regard to statements in ballot measures. And they said, use the same language as they use. And basically that is what they say. You can't say that you're part of a political party. You can't criticize another candidate. You can basically talk about your own qualifications.
Would that include criticism of another candidate's position?
I believe that's what they think. I mean, this is the same thing that we do when we pay to have a statement in the voter pamphlet. It's the same language, and I believe that the local county interpretation of that was that you just don't talk about your opponent. You talk about what you think and why you think you should be elected. You don't go saying negative things about some other candidate.
I'm not saying
I know.
It's not about the candidate, it's about the candidate's position. And I think Kate would be correct in her analysis there that would probably be rejected.
No, it's right in the statute.
I know.
It is a requirement already of what we do, and I'm just matching what has to go into the ballot. If it were going to be challenged, it would be challenged statewide. Is what I'm saying. It's not us.
Craig, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, well, two actually, just on the recent back and forth with Peter and Marcia. So you can't say my opponent's position is. You can say what your position is, and you could say that it's different from your opponent's, but you can't define what the opponent's position is, and you can't do it in a derogatory way. And maybe you shouldn't even use the opponent's name. But you can talk about your position, and that's what's normally done on issues, what you are for and what your priorities are. And then a question I had when I first raised my hand was to our president of the board, Robert. If the limit wasn't 200, if it was 500 or 800 or some other number, would that kind of change your position on this if we raised just that amount?
I would still oppose the motion. Still
Okay.
oppose the resolution.
You answered me. Thank you.
For other reasons.
So he's not for sale at any price. It's not a question of how much. That was supposed to be a joke.
Okay. Trustee Abood.
No, I just wanted to make a clarification on what I said being repeated by someone else, is that I don't oppose this because it's not perfect. I oppose it because I think it does damage to our election system. I think it does make our board less diverse. I think it's going to really enable wealthy people to do better in our elections than anybody else. And, you know, I'm willing to keep working on it and tabling it. I don't know. I wouldn't say either way if there's like a number that I'd agree to if it was higher. But, you know, I'm also interested in things like maybe we want to go in disclosures. Maybe that's a better way to the voters, is informing them of who the highest donors are to a candidate. And that's what most of the campaign finance reform at the state level has been lately anyways. It's like the Disclose Act, and there's a second one now too. And so if we refocus this on that sort of thing, I'd be way more supportive. But I really think that this resolution is gonna harm our election system. It's not gonna do us any good. It's going to set us back. It's not gonna set us forward just less than I want us to go forward. It's gonna move us backwards. And I also would like to see how much it would cost for the FPPC to administer this for us. I mean, we were just having a deep budget discussion about one purchase order from May, and we're not even seeing what the total possible cost for implementing this would be. So I'd like to see that too before we take a vote, just like we delayed the other item for a couple of weeks so we can get more information. Maybe we can just delay this one too, ask the FPPC for a quote, and then vote on it with that more informed position that, you know, we're going to vote on this. It'll cost us, you know, $5,000, $10,000, however much it does, but it'll be good to know.
So, Jonathan, what you'd like to see is something focused on disclosure.
I mean, I think that's something, you know, it's the public financing is illegal, as we found with the court case against Governor Gavin Newsom. But what is possible is higher disclosure requirements, and that's what has been attempted at the state and done more of. And that's an area we can go beyond the state and inform and educate voters about, you know, here's this candidate, here's who donates to them. That tells a voter more than a candidate who has no money to get to their voters to spend because such a low cap. They don't know that many people who can give them $200 compared to a wealthy candidate who just dumps $50,000 and reaches everybody. There's going to be more uninformed voting happening under that scenario compared to one where we allow, you know, higher contribution limits. I think more than 1,000 would be ideal, and then have strict disclosure and we focus it there. People would be informed, and then they can make the choice. They can say this person's funded by this group or this person. I don't like that. I think that's going to help our voters make a better decision than lower contribution limits.
Peter.
Mr. Chairman, I'm content with the imperfect. It isn't perfect. We know that. It's a statement of intent that says, this is a board of trustees. This is a board of education. This is a nonpartisan, not a political race as normally constituted. And I think it's just a statement. It probably would fail on a number of different levels. And I stand prepared to hold it over until another vote if there was a sincere effort to amend it in a way that would be consistent with the intent. If not, then let's just take a vote.
Marcia.
I just wanted to mention in response to Jonathan that paragraph 9 says file a report with the monthly report with the college that we put on our website, listing all contributions in the previous month, their source and amount. So I think that is disclosure.
Oh yeah, I think what I meant more, and I didn't clarify this, it's my fault, but because that's something that's already required for.
No, this is in addition to FP.
I know, but what I was meaning is on like your campaign literature on your website, you can require it on there. That's currently not required. Like I can, you know, go disperse literature and only say it's paid for by my campaign committee. But if you could require me as a candidate to disclose it's paid for by my committee and my top 3 donors are, you know, Marcia, Peter, and Robert.
Sure.
And also, I do want to.
I'm sorry, but I don't have the money for that.
Okay. Well, did you have something quick to say?
I just also need to clarify, especially for the public, I disagree with you, Peter. This is a very political position. The fact that we have a reserve that's going to help us weather this budget situation was a political decision that was made. You could have had different trustees who have different political inclinations who would have led us to not have this reserve. And the decision between laying off people to solve our budget decisions and not laying them off, that's a political decision too. And, just because it's not partisan doesn't mean it's not political. And so I know this gets brought up in our meetings since I got on the board that we're not political. We are extremely political. It's an elected office. Different trustees make different decisions. That's what politics is. It's the allocation of resources and how we make decisions. We are political. We just might not be partisan in that it says our party name on the ballot, but beyond that, it's political. And I think, sometimes that gets mixed up with people.
I think all things are political, but this is to run for a school board is not essentially ideological. I think that's what I fear most, that the role of political party ideologies will come to play an increasing role in determining who will be sitting in the 7 seats that are allocated for us. So I'm in favor of doing anything that will not eliminate, but lower that kind of political or ideological inclination. I want to encourage people who are sincerely interested in education, not in political advancement.
Yeah. Oh, Trustee Parker.
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple other notes so people are a little bit clearer too on what is out there in terms of candidate statements. And what it says for nonpartisan offices is the statement for candidates shall be limited to a recitation of the candidate's own personal background and qualifications and shall not in any way make reference to other candidates for that office or to another candidate's qualifications, character, or activities. So I think the term reference is much clearer than criticize and much more helpful. And so I wish that the resolution had that instead of criticize. And I'll note that it doesn't say anything about parties. So you can say if you happen to be somebody who's active in a local political party, you can say that in a nonpartisan candidate statement. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Kate, I don't particularly care about the changing criticize to reference, and I may be forgetting your second point there, but I didn't do this language. I got it from the lawyers we consulted, so I'm just to let you know. This was one of their points.
Okay, trying to get to a vote here, but Jonathan.
I just want to also clarify, I think it got lost in the middle of my original statement. What this resolution will not change is the ability for the local parties, whatever party it is, and local 501c4 organizations to put together a slate like many of us have been on in the past and distribute that slate to voters. That will still be allowed under this. It just means the candidate cannot do as much with their own voice. You're limiting the candidate, but the party and the other special interest organizations that do run electoral campaigns, they can continue doing everything they currently do right now. I think what this does is it's only going to advantage wealthy people. We're pretty much giving away the election to people who can spend a lot of money on their own compared to what's going on right now. So again, it's not because this is imperfect. I think this is a bad thing. It's doing a bad thing to our elections, not doing less good than I would like.
And I was trying to articulate that myself earlier, that we can't change the law with respect to what parties and independent groups do. That's out of our hands, and this doesn't do that. So cannot do it. So I'd like to call, unless there's any other comments, I'd like to call a vote on the motion made by Trustee Haslam and seconded by, I forget.
Trustee Nielsen.
trustee Nielsen, seconded by trustee Nielsen. So,
A roll call. Are you ready for it?
yes.
Trustee Vetchi,
No.
trustee Abud,
No.
trustee Gallardo,
Yes.
trustee Parker,
No.
trustee Nielsen,
Yes.
trustee Miller,
No.
trustee Hasland,
Yes.
and trustee Croninger.
Yes.
Passes.
Okay.
May I add that it's a resolution? We can amend it later if we chose.
Next item on the agenda is 12.5, proposal for a board finance committee. And I guess I would refer to Marcia on this one. This was, I think, her idea and suggestion, and request that we have this on the agenda.
Okay, we have discussed this before, so I don't know that there's a lot of need to cover that again. But I think that we all recognize we're in a particularly difficult budget year and budget situation. And I continue to think that we will benefit from a committee, not necessarily indefinitely into the future, but for right now, that will have additional time to grapple with these issues with our superintendent president, and also with our, in a more informal way that we used to be able to accomplish some of these things with our shared governance groups. We had attendance of representatives of those groups who would participate in a more informal way in that kind of a committee than in this sort of board meeting. And I think that was valuable. So I'm proposing that we do that. And I'm also suggesting that based on our earlier discussion of having some full board meetings to talk in the near future about our budget, that perhaps that type of meeting provide things for a fiscal committee to be looking at and discussing further and bringing it back to the board with possibly recommendations or explanations.
May I?
Yes, Dr. Goswami.
Well, no, I'm supportive of board having a finance committee, but also caution that clearly it cannot get into operations. So the idea that shared governance is going to now, committees will participate in this and with the board, unless you're talking policy matters, I don't see what the shared governance group will do with the board or board members.
I think you probably haven't seen what we used to do, and it was a more informal group where people could raise their questions and ask and discuss issues. And I think it went a long way. It's not the shared governance process that we have at the college, but it is a process that helps the more formal mechanisms get to where they want to go, where you want them to go.
It is still getting into operations. There's a presumption that maybe I'm not providing the opportunity for them to speak, so therefore they have to speak in front of the board. No, I'm committed to creating an environment where if people want to speak about their notion about what the budget situation is or what they're thinking about budget priorities are, they can speak to me and they can speak to operations. I don't see the reasons to why they need to speak to trustees unless it's a policy matter.
Well, I think it would all be
It is getting into operation.
Policy. I mean, we're not talking about anything other than policy. Ultimately, the budget is our most important policy because it says where we're going to spend our money.
Would it be helpful if we create if the board agrees to create the committee, but then the committee chair, along with the president, drafts the mission of the committee. So to make it very clear that this is not getting into operations, because we have hired a president, so we have delegated all authority to Dr. Goswami to run the college. And so I know what you're describing, Marcia, because I sat in those meetings, but it does sound like some ex person from some ex department can bypass the president and go to the board. And I know that that's not what you're thinking about, because that's not, I guess that's, in that committee is where I got to know Lindsay and James. And I think that maybe that's where, Marcia, you're thinking that we were in that room, and I don't know. I mean, I like Lindsay and James. I think I developed a trust and relationship because I was like across the table, you know, with them. So I think that it's, I correct me if I'm wrong, Marcia, but it was that environment that allowed for like a healthy dialogue with our president. And then really the agenda, the only reason Lindsay and James were there is because Dr. Gaskin invited them to be there, or whoever needed to be there. Is that what you're alluding to, Marcia? Sort of that,
Yeah,
because it was a smaller meeting with only 5 people around a table. But it didn't bypass Dr. Gaskin, because she certainly, I mean, the agenda had to go through Dr. Gaskin. And then there was times where if there was nothing to meet about, or she said to us, no, we still need more information, we just wouldn't meet or talk about that. And I don't know if that makes you any more comfortable, Dr. Goswami, but I certainly share your view that we do not have any role in operations or having indirect conversations with Lindsay or James about some matter that ultimately it comes to you and then you come to us. So I am very much in keeping that order, line of order there. But the only benefit that I could see right now is, and maybe because I'm also in K-12 and the governor looks at K-14, the only benefit I could see right now is that it would be a venue, because the public is speculating right now and everybody's reading their own literature. And we're getting these emails. And so the nice thing about the committee, I think in this time, if it's for a short time, is that it would be a place where we're giving our update of what's going on at the college. And so we're getting all of the literature that's coming in, or all of the information coming in from the state, and we're hearing it directly from the superintendent and our committee, and sort of kind of, so I see it as a way to message to our community too, because we would be meeting, and it's a very focused charter here for that committee. I don't know, that's where I would be in support.
Yeah, I agree with you, Veronica, and I can't recall any instance in the past where anyone did an end run, if that's a concern, because it
is not simply a concern about an end run. It is simply a concern about, let's get everybody together around the table and let's brainstorm solutions. No, that is not the role of the board.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
So if the role of the committee is to brainstorm solutions, then you're basically, no, it is not the board action. If the role of the committee is to know more about our finances and know about the implications of what we are thinking in terms of proposing, yes.
Jonathan, Craig, and
I
Kate.
think that describes it.
Jonathan, Craig, and Kate all had their hands raised. I'll start with Jonathan.
Yeah, I think where I stand on this is, I think it's better to just have a committee of the whole for this. I mean, I staff a finance committee at my day job, and it's great and it has a lot of advantages, and it doesn't get into operations, but I think it has an effect where the board as a whole is less informed than the committee. And that is why we got rid of the committees in the first place, was because it created a disconnect of some people having just a different kind of, I don't want to say access because it's obviously public, but some trustees just were more in tune with what was going on than other trustees. And when we were starting to face budget issues, the thinking was everyone needs to be the budget committee, because everyone needs to be as informed as possible to make these decisions. So I would be more than happy as a trustee of 7 people if we had a third meeting or second meeting, like a separate meeting that was just finance related, and we all were there, and we also kept it non-operational. I would prefer that than having a smaller committee. Like, let's all just be the committee of the whole
finance, just a study sessions, pretty much just on finances, just like we kind of described earlier. I think I would prefer that.
Craig?
Thank you. I think I'm responsible for bringing it up for the first time for the board to look at the feasibility of a committee, because at the time, I didn't feel we were getting enough information and enough progress wasn't being made. And then we had a change in the president of the college's position and an interim president. And but what Jonathan just said is very true. We actually, when we had the finance committee, and I served on it for quite a few years, there were members of the board that just didn't seem to pay any attention and to things, and and then it took up a lot of the president's time. I know Dr. Gaskin would have preferred that we didn't maybe have those committees, and she tried to manage the committees to keep us focused on what she wanted us to focus on. And that just created more work. I really, in hindsight, wish she would have just focused more on making sure we were all informed and talking to each of us more often. Some trustees got more attention from her than others. But most of us got as much as we asked for, maybe. Right now with Dr. Goswami, I feel like I could call him anytime and have a little chat on the phone and express my concerns. If we're willing to have for the next while, we're going to have to really pay a lot of attention to the budget and what Dr. Goswami is doing, how we're going to get there. I just want to make sure that Dr. Goswami is working towards things the way I, as a trustee, think we need to go. And maybe I'm wrong, but he needs to tell me that. And we could have these discussions in these meetings. I think when you have the separate committee and then the whole board's interested, all it does is eat up a lot of time by the administration and interested key holders, people involved that are going to go to all the meetings because they don't want to miss anything. So I'm fine without starting a committee as long as we have these other meetings. And whether everybody could show up or not, it's really important to have these meetings dedicated just to that subject right now, at least till we get a plan going, and then maybe we could back off a little. But right now, we better pay attention. So I'm neutral on setting this up, might even be against it, and I'm the one that first brought it up. I'll let it go at that.
Okay. Kate, did you have a comment?
I think that I'll just say that I pretty much am with Trustee Nielsen on that. I do think that there's a benefit if we're doing, I mean, we run our study sessions essentially like a board meeting. And so I think that maybe we need to think about that because I think that there's a real benefit to being more casual around the table and having people who might want to ask questions from the community have that opportunity in a much more casual way. So that's the only thing that I would possibly add to what Trustee Nielsen just said.
Okay.
I would agree. I'm sorry to add, but I would agree that there were times in the committee meetings that one of us would ask a question that maybe we wouldn't ask in a formal board meeting, just to make sure we understood something, to ask for some details that not everybody maybe needed or wanted to listen to, but it was informal. We could interrupt, we could, give immediate feedback here and there, and other people that attended could. That was the interaction allowed, it allowed me as a trustee to develop a sense that these people have it. They have it under control, and I'm confident. without more of that interaction, I just have to assume that Dr. Goswami's got a heavy hand on it and he knows exactly what's going on. Right now, I feel that way. And if I don't, I could call him. So thank you, Kate. I think your comments were very valid.
Okay. We don't have a motion on the floor. And I guess I'd just add a couple of my own comments. One is that I share the concern that having such a committee will demand more of the administration in terms of their time. And also getting too much into operational. I think it's sometimes those lines are not easy to draw between policy and operational. I'm afraid it's one of those that can go into operational. It's almost inevitably. I can see a committee perhaps working where it provides information to the full board. The full board could be particularly interested in some topic that we don't have time to deal with. And they could spend time with Dr. Goswami or Lindsay or and perhaps gain additional information or insight they could bring back to the board. But I wouldn't want to see this committee as one that would be making recommendations for specific action. I think that's for the board to be doing on its own.
I mean, trustees, my commitment is to provide you the full information that you need to be able to make a decision. I cannot guarantee that I can research every little thing that you might wonder about. But I will, provide sufficient and more than sufficient information for you to be able to make a decision. Clearly, as Trustee Miller mentioned, if we're dealing with the issue like, in funding our retirement obligations, do we do the pay-as-you-go option or do we do some other option allowed by accounting procedures or whatever it is? That's where I see the role of the Finance Committee to come into play, because then you get into the complicated matter of how we are funding our retirement obligations, and then we develop a policy option, and then the Finance Committee goes to the board and says, well, we evaluated these three options, and I think for the institution, this is the better option. But right now, we are not dealing with those kind of policy issues. Right now, all we're dealing with is a deficit. And basically how to solve the deficit. So in that context, I think all of you will be required now. I will definitely have to make some tough decisions and recommendations, and all of you will have to live with the vote that you make in terms of whatever it is that we deal with. So when it comes to a budget crisis, situation, I think all of you need to be informed as much as I can inform you of the nuances of what's going on. And then, when it comes to policy issues later on in terms of, funding of projects, whether we have certificate of participation or even talking about now whether we do a TRAN or whatever. Yeah, that's where now probably a board meeting is not the place to debate whether pros and cons of the TRAN, but a committee can talk about what is a TRAN versus what other options we have in terms of our cash flows to be able to manage our cash flow. Yeah. So I see a committee really helping you when it comes to those matters. But in terms of trying to balance the budget, I think it's the entire board needs to be involved in balancing the budget.
Trustee Haslam.
I really like the suggestions made by Kate and Jonathan, in the sense of maybe we should experiment with having a committee of the whole and actually and deliberately setting time aside for looking exclusively at and maybe having a separate meeting for just this sort of thing on an as needed basis, so that we're not incentivized to go digging in the weeds. That's not our intent. I think the goal, at least my goal, would be to better understand the nuances that that go into the creation of a balanced budget, because I am going to be held responsible or accountable by my constituency in Carpinteria for knowing what it is that constitutes our reality. So, and now we might want to try that for a couple of times and see if that satisfies the need that Marcia has, I think, rightly put forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Everything we've talked about, and what Jonathan said, the reason we agree to, and like I said, it's not because I was on every committee that I was suggesting we get rid of the committees. But I'm looking at page 10 of the board responsibilities. And so we covered all the pros and cons that's listed on page 10 here for us as boards. And I'm okay not having a committee if Robert and Dr. Rodriguez can feel that we can get it on the calendar, that we will, let's have these special meetings and just get it on the calendar for the next couple months. I mean, schedule them out. We don't have to meet, but I think that the committee as a whole is the way to go, because we all need to know and we all need to answer questions, and not just answer questions to constituents for the sake of answering them, but because we have a responsibility to protect the institution from undue influence. And that includes messaging out what is accurate and correct. And so if we can make that time, but if off the bat, Dr. Goswami, or that we're not going to be able to do that, then I think we should also talk about that now, because then that tells us, we're desiring to have a committee of the whole, but if it's not going to be possible, then we need to know that too.
I think workshop every couple of weeks, where I bring in all kinds of materials. Lindsay comes in, James comes in, our staff comes in. So therefore, as you're talking about, hey, let's check this, what is your thought about it? We can quickly look at our books and look at the computer system and talk about whatever it is. That's how you become more educated about what's happening.
Yes.
Or I can say, well, no, that's a good idea, but the thing is, people worry about enrollment. Well, the thing is about enrollment is that there's a 3-year averaging going on. So just because enrollment drops by 10% or 5% or whatever it is, doesn't mean the sky is falling, because there's a 3-year averaging going on, and there is a hold harmless provision. Okay, so should we worry about enrollment? Yes, but we should worry more about what the state does in terms of cuts. And as you can see, what played out right now is precisely that. The state cut is what's going to affect us the most. Not that our enrollment went down a little bit or whatever it is, because that enrollment is going to bounce back up also. Mm-hmm. So that's why I think the idea of informal conversations where we basically sit down and we are all on our computers and we are looking up information in real time.
Yeah, so long as it's productive,
yes.
Productive for you, productive for us. And we need to know what it is that we mean by how is it productive for us? We need to understand. We just need to have confidence that the numbers that are presented are actually understandable and that we can relate those numbers to our constituency. We're elected by the general public, and they do hold us accountable.
And clearly in those meetings, is the place where you can say, well, I got asked this.
Yeah.
Okay. And we can say, well, this is what it is, or that's not relevant. And here is how you explain that it's not relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
So having an educated board is helpful to me because you're carrying the message out.
Thank you.
Marcia?
I think that if the board is willing to be a committee of the whole and have a less structured process, I mean, that will allow more interaction and the kind of thing that Dr. Goswami just described, I think that can be a successful solution. We have to have, as Veronica said, we have to be willing to commit the time and have the meetings. I just think it's important right now because I think we have a particularly difficult challenge and a lot of moving parts. And if everybody wants to understand all that, I think that's great. It just doesn't work as well in this kind of a situation, in formal meetings that we have where, you know, there's public comment and there's an item and that kind of thing. And then once you've made a public comment, if you're a member of the public, you're stuck. You know, you can't ask another question. That I think is inhibiting to understanding for everyone. So if we can come up with something a little more informal and have it meet our needs right now, that's good. I actually was the person who proposed abolishing the committees so that the whole board would be involved. It's just the urgency of where we are now that gives me concern.
Well, and as we've discussed, our next meeting is, I think, going to do this, whether it's on June 11th or whether it's earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if we can do workshops, and workshops are basically where it's a working meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Only one agenda item, discuss budget or discuss a revenue stream or whatever is the item for the day, and we just go on a discovery. And to me,
let's try.
I would like to do that kind of a collaboration with the board. Because that way, when it finally comes to a decision, we have all been prepped about what it is that we already talked about for the last 3 meetings.
Yeah.
And how we got there. And what are the options we eliminated, what are the choices we made consciously, and that's how we balance various things, and that's where we ended up someplace else.
Okay.
I think that would be very, very productive for all of us.
Absolutely correct. I couldn't agree more. The only danger I see in having the meetings is they actually, and abolishing them, I supported the getting rid of the committees because in part they turned into dog and pony shows that didn't accomplish anything and wasted my time. And I don't like my time wasted, even if I don't get paid for it. So we can we can do without them as far as I'm concerned, and there's no motion to vote right now. So unless there's a motion to vote on this, we could move on.
Marcia?
I was just going to make a motion that we set a workshop, and maybe it's more than one, but we could start with one on the budget in the near future, and I leave it up to the scheduling people. And I would also ask that we schedule a workshop on basically how we are going, the decision and the planning that goes for where we will be in fall. Because we heard already that our faculty would very much like to know where we will be in fall. I think it will help students. I think it helps everybody to focus in on that question. And there's a lot of planning behind that. And there's a lot of thinking about what is safe or maybe good enough or not good enough. And I think we as board members have to be very well informed about that. We are likely to get all kinds of questions about how are things being handled. So I would say there's 2 separate topics here on which workshops would be valuable. So I'm making a motion that we have 2 workshops, one on budget, one on planning and execution for fall, and that we go from there.
Dr. Goswami, I'd like to hear your reaction to the second part of that.
I mean, yes, I can bring, I can conduct 2 workshops, or we can schedule 2 workshops, first week of June.
Kate?
I'm just going to raise a Brown Act point here, and that I think I would prefer that we not vote specifically on a pandemic workshop, because that's not agendized in any way. I think it's a great suggestion, and I think that Dr. Goswami will run with it, but I would prefer not to actually vote on that.
We can put that under the future meetings agenda item. And limit the motion then to workshop, starting with 1, and we'll see where we are on the budget.
Is there a second to the motion?
Sure.
Okay, we have a sure second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes. I just want to comment, it's now 7:40. So we've been going 3 hours and 40 minutes. And item 12.6 has 3 items, 2 of which are pretty meaty. So I'm not saying we don't talk about them, but I guess I would just ask everybody to keep in mind that we have a closed session yet tonight. And it's already 7:40. So these items were on the agenda at request of other trustees. I know Craig was one of them. There may have been others who requested the same items, but the first one is a discussion item, extension of deadline for construction of the sports pavilion. And I think, Dr. Goswami, maybe you could address that. I think there is some recent news in that regard.
Yes, we have been, not me, but Lindsay and her team has been in extensive communication with Chancellor's Office staff regarding overages of cost estimates. And clearly, when the cycle of when you plan for a building, when the building gets approved, to when you go to bid, when the delay is 3 or 4 years. What? These days, there is tremendous amount of mismatch between what is originally approved as dollar amount and what happens as the amount that actually comes in the bid. And that's why many districts will end up passing on some of those projects because they just can't afford it. So in that discussion, I think what we gain is that the Chancellor's Office is willing to work with us if the bid becomes too high. But we work collaboratively with the Chancellor's Office that look at it. We originally had it at 40 and now it's at 60. Clearly, that's a 50% increase. We just can't do it. Nobody can do it. And they will say, well, in that case, you can go ahead and reject the bid. And then we value engineer the building. And go for a second bid. And let's say the second bid comes in at, I'm just making up numbers, $48 million, which is still higher than what we originally envisioned, but at least not way out of the ballpark. In that case, we can have, they're willing to have a conversation in terms of, maybe we'll still apply the 80-20 rule or something of that sort, so that as long as we come up with our share of the 20% of the additional cost, they may be willing to come up with the 80%. Or it may be the case that the state finances are so bad that even they cannot come up with 80%, in which case we jointly agree to abandon the project. And move it back into the cycle again, and then it gets funded at a higher level next time around. So I think the state is realizing that when you impose this kind of matching requirements, but the project is scoped out way in advance and different dollar numbers, that more and more districts will kind of end up what do you call not being able to complete the project. So Lindsay, am I accurately reflecting what you have? This,
Yeah, that's a good summarization of the conversation I had at with the Chancellor's office last week. I communicated with them in response to Trustee Gallardo's question to me in a previous board meeting about what kind of the process would look like and if they'd be willing to work with us. Yeah. It's a long, complicated process going out to bid multiple times, but the primary takeaway is that there is a process. We should not do the first bid and then, make any hasty, quick decisions. We need to work with the Chancellor's office so that we can retain the funding for the project and continue to value engineer if necessary, or look at the budget in more detail as we go on and potentially go out for additional bids.
Okay, any questions for Lindsay or Dr. Goswami in that regard? Marcia?
I would just comment that I think this is something that we need to include in our workshop on the budget, because back in August, when the project was $46 million, including the uncovered costs, we were talking about it with Helen, and she agreed, we all agreed, we don't have that money. We're short, about over $6 million short at that point. And now with the estimates from Lundgren, we're short $18 million, and looking at a new budget deficit that is extraordinary. So I think the idea that we can afford this is questionable, and that we need to consider whether we can afford it in the context of the budget discussions that we have. So I'm suggesting it be part of that workshop, and that it needs to include all of the elements of cost, which we've really not included yet, that are not covered, that we have to come up with locally, and the cost of how we would do that if that were possible. So I'm all for working with the Chancellor's office. I don't want them angry with us. I think that's a good thing. But I think we're, again, looking at spending money we don't have.
Okay, any other comments on that? If not, next item is an idea from, or suggestion from Craig that well, let me go back. I think there is a consensus building. Board members can speak for themselves, but that under the current environment, that a November 20 bond measure of the type we would like to do, of a major bond measure that would encompass a number of buildings and would be in the hundreds of millions, most likely, is just not a good time. We haven't done any polling on that, but I think the sense is that just would not be the right time to do it. Craig has suggested that, well, should we consider a limited bond measure? I'll let you speak to that, Craig.
Okay, well, my idea goes like this. Community loves the college. But a large bond measure, in all likelihood, isn't going to make it. It might get close, but we lost the last one. I think if let's say, just hypothetically, if we had a need for $20 million that would get us by for the for I'm just picking numbers out of the air kind of, but if we had a need that we could solve for, say, $20 million, possibly a little less even, and it's going to get us by for another 10 years or longer. And it's really going to be an improvement that's going to make a difference. And if we communicate the exact reasons why and what we're going to do with the money exactly to the public, I have a very high level of confidence that my constituents will vote for it. But if we go to them with the nebulous thing, and we want to do this whole big list of things and rebuild all this stuff, and it's not like really pinned down how much is going to go where, and and then we don't do enough explanation and give the people details that want it, and even then it's too much for them to consume. They're just going to look at the dollar amount and go, no, my taxes are already too high. So I really feel like if we identify our biggest need, and that might be at least only in my opinion, I'm not trying to speak for the whole board, but our biggest need that would be the biggest benefit to it might very well be student services building. And if we could, fix that and meet that need by remodeling or a certain number of measures we could do for a much smaller, well-defined amount of money, I think we'd get it. And I think if we put it on up for in November, I think people would vote for it. That's my opinion. But to go in and say we want, a whole bunch of money to replace the PE building, I don't think they'll vote for it. I don't think they're going to give us, 150 or 200 million for no matter what else we ask for right now. But I know that they love the college and they would sign off on something that will allow us to continue to be an excellent community college. Thanks for letting me talk about it. I'm really interested in the feedback from the other trustees.
Any comment? Kate?
I know that the Public Policy Institute of California did some recent surveying, and it was not good for the fall for any kind of education facilities bonds. And it's kind of and it's not just COVID-19. The March elections were surprisingly not very good for school bonds, and so it may be that people were starting to get worried about it, or it may just be that this is a cycle of time when it is not as good. I'm really reluctant. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to go forward without any polling, period. But I'm kind of thinking that probably Santa Barbara might reflect statewide polling. So it's a question to me whether or not we even need local polling. But I am also curious to hear what everybody else has to say.
My concern is that whether you do a huge bond measure or whether you do a limited bond measure like Craig described, there are costs. There are a number of costs, I think, that would be the same regardless of the size of the bond measure. And so maybe a limited bond measure, but the cost wouldn't be limited. And secondly, seems like we can only go to the well so many times to ask the taxpayers to cough up money for us. And I worry that by doing a limited one this time, another year or two from now, we're almost precluded from going for additional funds. So those are my concerns.
Thank you, Craig, for bringing this up, because you're thinking about it like all of us. I agree that November is probably not going to be the time to get something, and I'd rather go out in 2 years and then get something. But we need to do something. What struck out to me in I think the assumptions to develop the budget is that, I think correct me if I'm wrong, did I read it was about $400,000 that we spent on repairs, Lindsay, or something like that? I mean, it was like a lot of money that we're spending on repairs for these old buildings. So here we are, we're concerned about our budget, but it's like a bucket with a hole because this money just keeps we're just wasting money. I mean, you're fixing something, but yeah, I'll let you speak, Lindsay.
Oh, I was just going to speak. I don't know which building you wanted me to speak to. There's so many to speak to. But like, for example, the PE building, it will need a new gymnasium floor in the very near future if we don't replace that building, as just one example of something that would need to be replaced.
Yeah, so I guess my sense is that we just keep spending money on repairing these buildings that their life, they've reached the end of their life, and the money comes from, so it's like these emergency repairs. It's unsustainable too, because I feel like the last dollar amount was like $400,000 or something, and so that's a lot of money. 400, 500, that's $1 million, and then 1.5, and then 2 million. And I know that in the course of even just the 8 years, there's constant emergency repairs, and that has to stop. So I commend you, Craig, for thinking creatively and thinking of something we need to do. I think that, I guess, added to our budget workshops, I don't know, but I remember, Lindsay, that there was another option that we also looked at, and it was similar to, I guess, like a home equity line where we would be borrowing against our own buildings, our own, right? Like there's another finance.
Called the COP. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We had Morgan Stanley come and show that to us as a potential option to help us fund the PE building project. Yeah.
So I think just putting all options on the table, I'd like to see just how Craig's thinking, I'd like to see that come back too, because if it's not going to be a bond in November, that can be a viable option for us, because either way, to me, we're going to spend the money regardless. Whether you're going to drop the millions of dollars now, we're going to get to $1 million and $1 million more, because these buildings are not working anymore. The plumbing alone, to hear from our PE department, the sewer line problems that they were having, like, I can't even think that someone is going to work in those conditions where sewer pipes and you have plumbers there all the time. I mean, that needs to stop. And so if we could bring that to the board, I mean, I don't know if other people are interested in that, but I'm interested in hearing everything and anything that we can do so that employees have a place to come to work where it's safe, and then that we're not spending money on just repairing things that keep breaking.
Yeah. Peter? You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. I figured it out. Craig's idea is brilliant, and I wish I could support it, but here's my worry. We go forward in November with a small bond request, and we lose it. We'd be betting that in this environment, what people I think are thinking about is not City College. They're thinking about job survival. They're thinking about putting food on the table. They're thinking about social distancing and all those other things. They're not thinking about the college. And I think they would probably take the easy way out. At least there's a 50-50 chance that they would take the easy way out and simply say, no, this is not the time. And all of the other indicators that we're having say the same thing, that this is not the time. And even if we did succeed, would we be able then in a couple of years to go back and say, and I think this is really to Robert's point, how often can we go to the well? But I do agree. I mean, I think we all agree. We need a bond measure. It needs to be very carefully thought out. It needs to be itemized. It needs to be clear to the general public. And that clarity needs to be supported, I think, by having a team from the community come on campus and help us assess our buildings so that there's community buy-in, and I think that will put us over the top. But I don't think this is the time. I think the train left the station the moment the panic, the pandemic was established. So I would urge us to think broadly, to figure out a process by which all of this is accomplished, and then go for the bond measure. Think about it now for 2 years hence. That might work.
Okay, any other comments? If not, we can go on to your next item, the next proposal, Craig, suggestion. And that is to, is there a possibility that we could assist with the homeless situation of our students by use of our gym?
Is Craig with us?
He is.
He's mute. Craig, you're mute.
Yeah, I was. But now I'm not. Thank you. Sorry for that. I didn't even really think that this would formally go on the agenda. I thought Dr. Goswami would just look into it. But my wife is the only park ranger for the Isla Vista Park and Rec entity. And she works these days with the homeless, and some of those people are our students. And she brought to my attention that that there are a number of students right now in Isla Vista, like sort of living in a tent, camped in a parking lot. And they used to be able, and they couch surf or sleep in their cars or whatever they do. But they used to have the ability as a student, if they took a PE class, to have a locker in our gym. They no longer have a locker, and therefore no place they can put their personal belongings. And that's a big deal to them. And so I brought up to Dr. Goswami briefly anyway, and he said he would look into it, or maybe he could get the door open to do something. If we could allow students of ours to still have locker access at the gym, that would make their life quite a bit easier and also save them money from having their items stolen. My wife had a few names I could supply, but I don't think that's necessary. I think that because the situation is there, maybe there's a way we can do it. And then again, maybe it's just too expensive. Maybe it involves opening up the gym and incurring a bunch of overhead, and maybe there's insurance issues. I don't know. I'm just stating that I discovered this need, and could we do something about it? That's it.
Jonathan.
Great, Craig, thank you for bringing this up. I 100% behind you in what you're saying. I work in Isla Vista too, and it is a problem what students are facing right now, because the different situation has caused many students who had some resources to now be in a tougher spot. You know what? There's a lot of options that we can do. I mean, I think the lockers is a good one. New Beginnings is a local nonprofit service provider that sets up safe parking locations. They do it at the county administration building, for example, and other parking lots across the county. It's it's usually at no cost to the organization. We just provide the space, and they provide the restrooms and the monitoring and the system to let people in.
I don't know about that. It's the secure place to store belongings.
Yeah.
And especially for those that don't have cars. So it's really, they can't lock it in their trunk.
So I would really support using our facilities as much as possible to support our homeless students right now.
Anybody else have comments, questions?
Robert?
Marcia.
I was just thinking that Craig's description is limited to lockers, and there's a fair distance for, particularly I would think, for homeless folks to come between the college and Isla Vista. Would it make more sense just to, I mean, we have done things in Isla Vista to be more accessible to students. Would it make more sense to look into having a set of lockers at some place Jonathan could identify for students in Isla Vista to use?
That would probably,
our students.
at least for those Isla Vista students. That
And
would
then you don't have to deal with opening our campus and opening the gym and, you're where they are. I don't know. Just a thought.
Kate?
Just sharing that I completely support Trustee Nielsen's thoughts, and I love where Trustee Abood and Trustee Croninger have gone with it as well. And I hope that our administration will look into seeing how we can think creatively and support our homeless students.
So Craig, I think what you're hearing is positive response to your
I would agree with you. Thank you.
for your suggestion. And we're
I
all
know there's something we could do if we get together. There's always something creative people can do if we put our minds to it.
And we will look into it.
Thank you.
What the various options.
okay.
And also assess how many students potentially might be in that.
Yes.
Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe Jonathan has a better idea.
Either, right.
Okay. Reports from board members. Does anybody have anything they would like to report? Raise your hand. I'm not seeing any.
Kenny raised his hand.
Kenny, Kenny, I'm glad you raised your hand because this is Kenny's last meeting.
Yeah, it is.
And
Oh,
I guess you're going to tell us goodbye. We're going to be sorry if you do that because I think we're all in unanimity that you've been a terrific addition to our board.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
During your time as student trustee. Are you still going to Seattle?
Yes, I am in August.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Like it's been like an amazing year, and I think a year and 6 months now. So it's been a long run for me, staying 4 hours on Thursdays, listening to all of the discussions. And I want to appreciate the passion that all of the trustee members have just for our students and to see our students do so well in school and also do so well when they leave school also. I think this is amazing what you guys do, and you guys are superheroes. And I want to thank everyone for their support in just like helping me walk through the position of student trustee. It's been an amazing time serving, and I think I've learned so much. I've learned to listen more than I hear. I think that is something I picked up just sitting down there and listening to discussions because they're very, very helpful. And I think they are much needed discussions that everyone needs to have as a school administrator. Well, moving forward, I think we're in very uncertain times and we should use this. It's a sad opportunity, but we should use this to reimagine how education would be. We probably wouldn't have in-person classes in the fall, but I think something we would have that we could use to our advantage is technology. We should look into using technology to improve education more than what it used to be. So I think what I'm saying is we should be ahead of the curve in using technology in looking for ways we could use technology to improve our education and make sure that classes hold enough for students and it also has like easier access for all students. And also I think we should start offering short-term classes. A lot of people are losing jobs. I think today the count was about 38.2 million people who filed for unemployment. So we should start offering classes for those people in our community who may have lost their jobs and trying to look for a new career path. We could offer classes like web development using like React or all of those industry tools that we know are like very needed right now. So offering those short-term classes could help members of the community get back to work as soon as the economy opens back. Also, we have to like work hand in hand with the international office to look for creative ways we could get international students because they are a huge part of our budget. I know we all know that. So working hand in hand with the international office would help us get international students, whether online or in person. But I think online seems to be the most feasible way right now. So we should look for ways we could circumvent whatever law there is to make sure that we at least get some finances from international students because they are a huge part of our budget. And also, I think it's time we make a decision on whether we're having in-person classes in the fall or we're having them online, because that would involve training faculty and also making sure that faculty is prepared, just like the Academic Senate President said. So in all, I just want to thank everyone. It's been amazing. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to sit down and talk to you all. I wouldn't have been able to do this anywhere else apart from St. Bras City College. And I thank you so much for the opportunity given me. And I've gained so much knowledge just going to school here and having so much amazing opportunities going to conferences and the like. So thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you. Good luck.
Kenny, when you get to Seattle in August, it's probably the nicest month of the year up there weather-wise. And
Yeah.
a really good time. And but later on in the fall, the rains will start and the sky will get gray and it will stay that way. Good luck. I have
Thank you
spent
so
a lot
much.
of time in Seattle, I know.
The video just went black.
Thank you.
The video went, oh, there you go.
Keep in touch, Kenny.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Find a way of letting us keep in touch with you by email or somehow.
Yeah,
All right,
do that, please.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Okay.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item 13, items for future board consideration. Have we covered that already?
We did, yes.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I just had one. I think Trustee Parker mentioned it right before everything started with this pandemic, but it was our public comment policies. But then now, since we have this totally new format, it does allow for less public participation. I think it'd be good to discuss how we'd want to do it differently, because different boards have been different about this. Goleta City Council, for example, you can send in a typed statement to their clerk up until the item starts, and they'll read it out loud for you in the meeting. I think that's awesome to help more people get involved, especially right now when people maybe can be more involved in the meeting. So like an item on our public comment policy, especially now in virtual meetings.
That's a good idea.
I would agree with that.
I would agree too. We can put that on the next agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would suggest that we develop a new policy about a humane way of dealing with ourselves. When a meeting comes to this time of the evening without having dinner, I, for one, get grumpy. And I'm thinking maybe it would be a good idea to take a 15 or 20-minute break and go chomp on something in the refrigerator. Just a thought.
I'm also wondering along those lines, Peter, whether we can start our meetings earlier under the current situation.
That would be a good future agenda item.
Since everybody seems to be at home anyway.
I am teaching children to read one-on-one all day long.
Okay, well, I guess we can't
Not
do it.
everybody is available.
That is, but yes, I am proud to be a teacher in California right now. And, the governor has made a commitment to pay us. And believe it or not, you've got 5-year-olds knowing how to operate Zoom, 6-year-olds and ending their meetings. And so I could join you guys later, but it is quite a joy to hear children in my house every single day, all day long. It's been a blessing for my family. So you can meet and I can join you after 4 when I am done.
I would prefer the option of having us be less long-winded. Just a thought.
I'll second that.
What would you think, Mr. Chairman, of taking a little break so that we can?
We will do that, but first we need a motion to adjourn to closed session.
I so move.
Is there a second?
There's a second, and I don't have anything to report for board reports, but if we were all there, I would tell you guys that Naleo sent Angie, they sent us this huge box, and you can't see it, but it's the Hágase Contar for the census. So if we were all here, you guys would get a t-shirt and some pins, and Angie has a whole box that Naleo sent me of all this swag to get the vote out, not the vote out, to get everyone counted. So the campaign is Hazme Contar, like basically hágase contar, make me count, make you count. So anyway, if you are interested, Angie opened up a nice box with lots of t-shirts and pins that are available in the president's office now. So thank you, Angie, for sending these.
Okay, so with that, all those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
So
Opposed?
technologically, though, if we take our break now, do we just leave our computers on?
Leave
Well, hold on.
No,
Can I- wait. Can I just say, can you announce what you're going to be discussing in closed session?
Oh, we're going to be, we have 3 items in closed session. Number 1, public employee discipline under Government Code Section 54957. Second, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And number 3, we're going to discuss public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957.
And before you go, I think Clyde wants to talk to you about how you're going to come back into the meeting.
Yep, Clyde, go ahead.
All right. Hi, everybody. Due to a technical issue, we cannot do a breakout room in the Zoom session. But if you check your emails, you should have all gotten an invite to a second Zoom session where you can do your closed session. It has been sent to everyone that's supposed to be there. So Dr. Ralston and Michael, you should have one as well as the attorneys. I have not heard from the attorneys at all.
He's already there waiting for you.
Perfect. Then everybody can adjourn to that room. Oren will be there shortly just to make sure everybody gets in, make sure everything's set up. Dr. Goswami, you have both Oren and my number just in case. And on top of that, when you guys are done, you'll be coming back to this room. Oren will make sure that everybody knows how to get back. So you are good to go to the next room. Just check your emails to make sure you have the link.
I don't see the email. When was that sent?
Midway through.
Got it at 7:10.
7:10.
Okay, I see it now. Thank you.
Are we leaving this meeting?
Yes, you'll need to leave this meeting to enter the other. And then after you guys are done with your closed session, you'll come back. Dr. Goswami and Robert, you guys will not be hit with the waiting room. You'll be able to just join straight in. Everyone else will get hit with the waiting room if you come back, but I'm gonna be here to let you in instantaneously.
So should we start? It's now, by my watch, 8:16. Should we start at 8:25?
That's good.
What? 8:20? No, I would suggest that we take a little dinner break because unlike usual closed sessions, dinner is not going to be at the closed session.
So another detail is that due to what we had discussed last meeting, I'm going to be recording while you guys are in closed session so that I can get the resolution. Now for the live stream audience, you'll just have to bear with. I'll cut out the portion that we're in break after the fact. I'm also going to mute the audio in the room so nobody else can talk because all of that will still be going to YouTube. So just keep that in mind. It's not an issue for me. I will cut it out either way. It's just going to have a slide that's going to say we are currently in a closed session while y'all are gone.
So you're saying this room will stay open with nobody in it?
Well, I'll be here, and I'm assuming Jim may stick around with me so that it's not just me. But yes, this room will stay open. When you guys are done, you're going to come back here to report out.
Okay.
So.
But you're not recording closed session, right?
No. The room that you guys are going into is completely separate and not being recorded.
So I am trying to go to the other room and it's saying, do you want to leave this meeting? I don't want to leave.
Yes,
you do. You do want to leave this. You're going to leave this meeting to go to your closed session. And then if you can make sure that you still have the link to get back here.
Okay.
It will not change.
Okay.
It'll be the exact same room you came into earlier.
What time are we going to
It'll be
start?
fine.
Peter, how much time are you requesting of us?
I'm not anticipating the closed session to be very long, so maybe we can be done quickly.
5 minutes? Raid the refrigerator and come back with a plate.
I'll do what you guys want, but I think we ought to have at least a 15-minute break.
Make it 15,
Okay.
All right, 15 minutes. See you later.
8:35.
If everybody could do me a favor and just jump into the other room before you take the break, just to make sure everybody's in, that would be super helpful from our perspective.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Is it just the two of us?
And the captioner and
Okay. So I guess we can report here that the board met in closed session to consider items 1, 2, and 3 set forth in agenda item 14.1 in the agenda for this evening. And there is no reportable action.
and it's 9:20.
And thank you, 9:20. So with that, we will conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. See you.
And I'm planning to take a trip, Memorial Day